What's happening up here? Why is my mic so quiet? Hello? What the fuck? Itty bitty baby sounds. Yeah, why is that? That's awful. What's happened? Hours. It's true. I have. Kathy with the 2 months. My microphone is extra quiet today. I don't know why. I think it is extra quiet, right? This isn't regular me. Oh, I forgot I did this. Whatever did I do? Hello? It's even quieter? What the fuck? I'm gonna end up getting the buzz back. I can tell. Here comes the buzz. How did this happen? It's so quiet still. Ugh. The buzz is gonna come back. I'm telling you. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Motherfucker. Hey, I'm all of a sudden incredibly loud. Jassie's boat is too loud? That's what that's saying. I'm incredibly loud now. It's not better. It's ludicrous. It's probably got a terrible buzz in it. Holy boat motor? That's too loud. Damn it. The birds are fine, but the boat motor doesn't need to be so excessive. I've already changed literally every single thing, Sinister. There's nothing in my system that is the same. Not a single thing. So, that wouldn't do me any good. I've replaced every single piece of equipment. The best it's been in ages. I'm insanely loud. What about when I yell like, "Ah!" I'm gonna blow you up. You'll be able to hear me breathe. Hey, there's a little bar up here on OBS, all right, that tells me how loud my microphone is. And you want to blame me, blame OBS. Because the little bar, we're like just about to break our rod. It's basically the exact same bar as we have in the fishing game. And we are just about to be redlining when I go, ah! So that's on OBS, not on me. I told Jasky I was going to go to Sura and help him find fish. But I'm still here. I'm so close to level 33, man. Nobody saw that. No, it wasn't a shame. It didn't say fish got off. I think it was a stick hit my line. Look at my hair, though. How about that? There we go. Fixed. The real reason I wear hoods. Some good jigging recently. Yeah, it seems like jigging's always been kind of key to Sora, but jigging sucks. Like big dicks. This is Yama. Yeah. Yama's annoying because it's the money and experience is too good. I don't love the fishing, but the money and experience is just too damn good. Jesse's been catching some Xander and Asp. He got into a cat on donuts. Poor guy. 17-kilo cat on a 10-kilo reel. Poor guy was in it for an hour. There wasn't enough silver? Dude, I think they actually have nerfed my spot right here. I made like 550, 600 silver an hour here for 3 hours. And it has been very, very slow. But how much money did I log off with last night? Just under 6 grand. Yeah. I only caught one Am I British? Do I sound British? I only caught one. What are they? Chinook. Yeah, fishing without trolling is just a lot more work, man. Trolling really spoils you unless you be lazy. That's why I think topwater is so good. Like, it's so much easier, dude. Jig stepping isn't complicated, but it's just enough on your brain that you have to think. You sound British. Oh, okay. Well, I think you have confused your accents. Yeah, 33 fish in the time Jasky caught one catfish. But yeah, jig stepping requiring you to do that little pause. You can't help but like count it out either. You're like 1, 2, 3, reel. 1, 2, 3, reel. Yeah, it's easy, Noel, but you have to think about it. Like at least for me, I can't help but take a second and like count it. So I'm not focused on anything else but jig stepping. I also do it completely different than that. I did lacquer. I haven't opened it because she's not here. But I did. Thank you very much. Stop and go on the spoon. So much simpler. Topwater's king of Yama right now. If you look at the records for the weekly, Topwater is king. And is making a big impact on every single map, which is awesome because Topwater sucked for so long. This spot's been really, really good first thing in the morning like this and just as dark hits. Or just before dark hits. As you'd expect with reel fishing. I've also seen some guys saying they walk the dog at like a real speed of 50. Here we go. I mean, I guess you keep the prompts more often when you go that fast, but that seems stupid fast. I'm not even getting the prompts now. More casting. Yeah, I think that's part of it, is you're going to hit your most of your fish, and this goes no matter what speed I'm on. I hit most of my fish in the first, like, 1 or 2 jigs. And I think that's why it's effective. Point the rod at lure and use short clicks to walk the dog. What do you mean by short clicks? What the fuck's a short click? I mean, I don't know what a short click is. I'm still confused about what you mean by a short click. No matter how little I touch the button, it does a full jerk. You short left click. What the fuck's a short left click? Like bursts? So like... What's considered short? These fishing terms? No, it's just like short is an incredibly relative term to something you normally just hold it infinitely. I think we're proving that it doesn't really matter, if anything, here. Can I get one on a straight retrieve at 50? Thatch is for the 12 months. How long you press the button? Okay. I just don't get what the advantage is to that over right click. Because, like, this worked. Look, I'm easily walking the dog already. I lost it. I got cocky and I lost it. I think when you're fucking with current, you're just always gonna have issues. Just like jig stepping over elevation changes. I know some people get like super serious about keeping their jig step, but I never do. Maybe that's why I'm not a trophy master. I will say, I haven't caught shit for trophies out here, but I also have 0 points in top water, so. Which is what I'm gonna do with my level points. 6 weeks to level, 2 points in top water, you boy. That's funny you jig set completely different than I've been taught too. I'd never been able to get jig step to pop if I don't give it longer pauses than a second. Unless you didn't actually mean a second. My stupid mouse sometimes double taps my right clicks. It makes me mad. That's how you walk the dog in real life, though. You continually snap the rod to get the lure to go back and forth and back and forth. Using the slack in the line to slingshot the bait back and forth. It'd be more like this. Pa pa. Pa pa. Pa pa. A pa pa. You know what's funny, hardcore, is I've started doing more jig stepping in real life with my reel instead of with my rod, and it works fine. Bottom or spins bring more silver. Depends on what lake you're on, what level you are, what gear you have. There's just a lot that goes into that. I think Sura or Yama now, like for high level players, Yama is king right now for silver, especially for the oh wow, my friction brake is really low. Oh yeah, this is the wrong size gear. Especially for consistency's sake. Amber's good when it's good, but it's constantly changing, and you spend a small fortune in boilies chasing the hot bait. What were you saying, Harry? The reality is I haven't gotten into really big fish because my gear has gotten so much bigger. So the fish that were big to me aren't anymore. You do mostly bobber stuff, right, hardcore? You don't do a ton of spinning, do you? which I don't know how anyone fishes with a bobber. It is pain and suffering. Oh, I should have lost that fish. I wasn't paying attention. I hate when that happens. My line goes slack and somebody does something in chat. I think I lose my fish. This will probably be a small Chinook. And, like, not worth my headache, but it's not running as hard as the Chinooks I've been catching. They made bottom fishing out here a little better too, which is nice because you can actually set up a couple bottom rods and feel like you're not just stuck on one rod. I caught all kinds of things now on the bobber rod or the bottom rods. Arctic char on a night crawler. You know you could. Makes sense. I catch the other char on them. Those records seem so competitive now, hardcore. Seems hard to get into them. Do you still get the weekly bonuses regularly or no? I guess there's quite a few species, but... maybe it's a big enough Chinook. I always hope it's going to be a trophy, but it's just always a Chinook. You're, you know, one Chinook every 2 days that Yama provides. Harder than you think, Sinister. They're quite competitive. I've gotten 2, I think, or 3 total. And one of them was off a rare trophy, which is like a USA overall record. So. Yeah, it's global weeklies. Sorry. Really hard, girl. That's a lot. That's a lot of extra money. I mean, for what it is. Ah! Keep getting distracted. This rod is only 12 kilo. Because it's throwing a small bait, so. These top waters only weigh 8 grams or something like that. 6 grams, 8 grams. I think it's 8. So I can't throw it with any of my big setups. The reel's a Narga, it's 14.5 kilo, but the rod, the weak point of the rod is the rod at 12 kilos. And like, reel size is irrelevant if your gear is smaller than it. Your tension bar at the bottom is a total of all your gear. It's showing you the weakest link in your setup. So the reason it's red right now is because my rod's about to snap. Drinking tea, eating a kebab, fishing. Yeah, he really does it all at once. Dude, the amount of YouTubers that still run line under their max drag on their reel blows me away. Like, dudes that have been recording Russian fishing videos for years. And then the funny part is they're sitting there talking about mech strengths and stuff like that, talking about like high level stuff while simultaneously running 12 kilo line on a 14 kilo reel. And I'm like, why? Why do you hate using your reel? Yeah, see, I don't have enough time. I don't spend enough time on my computer multitasking to fish amber. Everybody I know that fishes amber is usually like watching Netflix or streams or doing something else with their life. I got limited time here. I fucking hate amber. The only fun I ever had on amber was chasing barbel. They were actually interesting. I mean, there's bottom fishing that is very, very active. You just have to find the right bottom fishing. Plus, like I'm doing here, you know. The majority of the time, wandering around a lake throwing willy-nilly is not the way to spin fish. It's find a good spot and beat it to death. So when you're doing that, you might as well have 2 bottom rods out there too. What am I reeling in? A whale? No. Not a whale. A salmon. It's only 12 kilos setup, so. That clicking noise, for those that don't fish, that clicking noise is my reel giving the fish line in order to protect my setup from breaking. It's real, all fish have it. That's what we're talking about when we say drag. It's that clicking noise. When you're hearing that click, that's line being given to the fish. And it's because anything over 12 kilograms pulling on this rod will snap it. Sometimes that's the line, sometimes that's the rod, the reel, the hooks even. But I don't know who that is, but maybe. People tell me I look like people a lot. 6 rods. If you really want spicy bottom rod fishing, just go chase little fish. Incredible musician. Oh. Not me then. Everyone in my family plays an instrument besides me. I'm the only one who just didn't get the gene. I can't actually make armpit farts. Like I can if it was like gun to my head and I had like a best out of 3, I could get an armpit fart off. But if it was gun to my head, you got 1 shot, mom's spaghetti, I would probably die. I'd have a 33% chance of getting my head blown off. I didn't get out of the dolphin game. My teeth got out. That's a Saw movie? Yeah, it is. For sure. I love the binoculars. There are some people in this game that have been fishing since I started, and they're still fishing, I swear. I think it's about done. Now it's just a slow pull to victory. Nope, nope, nope. They've done a pretty good job with fish fights, man. Like, what made that fish... Well, in my experience, the less pressure you put on a fish, the less it fights back. There are some that'll just run like rocket ships from the get-go, but that's realistic too. But as the fight progresses on and you start to apply pressure, get it close to the boat, and start trying to lift it towards the surface and stuff, you'll get them to run really hard again. That's super realistic and good. Jasky, thank you for the host. You didn't even let me join you on Sura. Sura. Can you armpit fart, Jasky? Gun to your head. You got one shot. Are you going to be able to throw down an armpit fart? You can't? Oh, man. Me either. Can you burp on command? Go eat. But then tell me about your bodily functions. Hand fart. Oh, that's pretty cool. I can't hand fart. Tiny hands. It's my excuse for everything. Brothers in unfarting arms. I can't burp on command either. I've been playing this game on and off. I don't know, years. A couple years, 3 years, 5, who knows. I remember I tried it way back. Was super overwhelmed and confused. Absolutely, Dingling. I also take excellent dick pictures. Because people assume I'm an actual adult male with regular-sized human hands, and I'm not. This thing is just sitting out there, huh? Living in the current. It might be worth it to walk up, get downstream from it. Is there such a... I think so. Like, good is relative, right? So if you had the choice of like a dick picture of a dick in a... I'm not going to give you examples, but you get my point. But think of something awful. Nah, I don't. I hope it's a trophy, but it's most likely a Chinook. They're very big, and they're super rare out here, but they're big and they fight like mad. I'm gonna guess it's like a 9 to 11 kilo Chinook. Let's have us a gander. I'm right. Unless that's some giant coho. Because I don't think you can really tell Chinooks and cohos apart. IRL, the only difference is the inside of their mouth, I think. $13 kilo. What a boy. I am a salmon. It's a binocular item. You have to have the binoculars. It is flagged, so it's 250 silver. Or 220 plus, something like that. Binoculars, though. Good for seeing bear. Let's celebrate level 33. Oh, look at that cute little baby bear. Get back here. I'm like Han Solo. Yeah, you can get mauled. Ah, I got stuck on a tree. Yeah, they don't like when you run. Bob and everything for the 85 months. I haven't been able to get mauled, but you can apparently. What if I try to cut it off at the pass? She's leading me into an ambush? Good, I'm trying to celebrate turning 33. Can I hook him? Get up here in the hill in the bushes. Give him the old snipe. Wah! Fell short. Oh, I ran. I spooked him. Just want to catch a bear. I need to get out in front of him. Shut up, eagle. It might be a turkey. An island turkey. Alright, I'm out in front of him. What if I just, like, hide in this bush? I'm afraid to keep moving. She's coming right for us. Oh, I got a baby. Snag me a baby bear. Peekaboo. Well, this is the rest of my life. I'm stuck. They've beaten me. I'm stuck. I can't follow the bears. No. Oh. Hey there, Mama Bear. How you doing? I think the bear's broken. Chum, thank you for the 23 months. I'm inside a bear. It has a blue tongue? Things you only find out here. Twitch.tv/ whatever my name is. You're supposed to kill me. Does it not have eyes? Nah, there's... Yeah, they're in there. They're brown. Why can you just walk through things I can't? What makes you so special? Do bears' feet actually turn in like that? You got a lot of forehead, baby bear. Look at all that baby bear forehead. Poke. 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 Yeah. Make ground bait. Making fun of that baby's big ass forehead. Man, I just ran so far away from where I wanted to be. I got 3 points? Oh, baby. Waste them all on top water. Now that I have 3 points in top water, I'll immediately catch a trophy, right? Here it comes. My rod smells like bear shit. There's guides if you really want to know how to level ground bait the most efficient way. There are guides that exist. But otherwise, yes, just make ground bait of your level. That's how everything skills up in this game. The further away... Or the lower skill, meaning the bigger skill gap between when you unlocked it and your current skill, the less likely it is to skill you up. So, I think technically you grind like to level 40 off the basic ground bait crackers or whatever, and then, I don't remember, I did it forever ago. And then gave up. ATM. Those are just all flagfish, huh? Oh, it was only $100. I thought they were $200. How was it? The bears stopped letting me chase them. Alright. Where am I headed? Off. Off to see the wizard. I need a break from... shit. Not yet. Wait, it's about to be dark. I really want to get a fancy ultralight setup, but I don't know how much they are. I just really want one. Is there a spinning rod? Hold on, Zeph. 8.5. No, 12 grand. 11.6. Oh. I actually don't need to use. I wasted 100 silver, huh? I don't think you're right on that, Sinister. That's not ultra. That's ultralight. Yeah, that's getting extra fishing skills, right? Like, there's no point in having the heavier, well, no point that I know of to have a heavier ultralight rod than like this one right here. Because the biggest reel is 8.5 kilo, isn't it? And I'm pretty sure that reel is only like 6 grand. Which means the setup's like 10. No, it doesn't. You can't see the reels here, unfortunately. The problem with leaving this place is... maybe it is more like 10 grand for that reel. I thought it was only like 6 somewhere else. The baitcaster ultralight is better? Yeah, but then I have to level baitcasting to use it. And that's not worth it. To gain like, I think it's like half a kilo or something, isn't it? And that would be a fuck ton of levels to get skill points in baitcaster. Really blows it's $100 to get here. I think I might go chase. I mean, that'd be easy to test. Just put one into any of the skills and see. I can't decide what to do. It's a classic Russian fishing problem. Do I want to go have fun, or do I want to make as much money as humanly possible? Yeah, that's like why I level spin. That's why spinning is so useful, and why I was telling you yesterday that bait casting is so garbage, because fishing with a spinning rod and spinning reel affects everything. It's just not worth it to baitcaster until you're like super, I have points to waste. And why most guys end up making a second account entirely to do that. But it adds a ton to your cast distance, so it's huge, plus control. Oh, I left these rods out. They just slowly roll down the river. 100-gram weights, and they just slowly roll down the river. So I learned, though, that I can actually make these heavy enough, yeah. So that I don't have to use the shitty, weaker gear. Do you like using it? I asked Morlock the other day, he said no. I'm really excited to unlock it. Then I don't have to worry so much about what I'm doing right now. You're still not quite 14 grams though, huh? So I'd have to go up a size on the hooks. But a 2/0 would probably do it. Oh, the different hooks have different weights altogether, huh? Even more interesting, yeah, these rage trebles are heavy. Look at that, Frankenstein. I never even used that fucking lure. I don't know why it has fancy hooks on it. Is that enough? Yep. I've seen some lures that run 2 different size hooks. Don't know how I feel about it, but they come from the shop that way. But that would make that thing heavy enough that I could throw it on a bigger rod and not have to use such downsized gear. Still not quite heavy enough for my Model 1, and I can't make it that heavy. But that does mean, yeah. The fuck? What are my rods doing here? Where the fuck is my... Oh, it's right there. I mean, I don't really need it. I'm only giving up like 3 kilos. Though, there's an argument that the smaller leaders were helping my hookup rate too, so... You know. And I could get a little more out of it if I get 3 more kilos if I wanted to buy a leader for it, but I don't. Excuse me? You guys still catch fish sometimes? I forgot. looks like it didn't quite cast as far. Maybe because it's at the low end of the weight scale. I don't know that the poles take that into consideration or not. I think so, though. They should. I mean, that is the way it works. For the most part. There'll be a sweet spot, right? Once it gets too towards the top end, it'll probably start to lose cast distance. Depending on the rod. But yeah. I see you. I'm out walking my dog right now. I didn't even see that lure coming. That's pretty close to the same distance. Not too far off. I wish I could go a little further. Just uncomfortable. Can't get my chair where I want it. Stupid nighttime. Dude's catching dragons over there. Playing a whole nother game with dragons. I want to wait till the sun comes up, but I'm also incredibly impatient. Did I steal the hooks off that? I did. Where am I going? I'm just on a journey through foam rubber fish. Any fish that can swallow it. For the most part, that's how fish eat, man. Fish aren't super picky. If can swallow, put in mouth. And like almost all fish are predatory. Will eat their own young, and so why make a shape for a lure at all is a great point. And like a genuine debate. The most popular lure in the world looks like a stick. I mean, you could argue it's a worm, but it has like very, very little worm feature to it and has almost zero motion. And spoon is still technically a fish shape. spoons, the design is about the flicker of the side of a fish that's similar to what a bait fish looks like when it's panicking, swimming away in a hurry. I think something with rounded edges is probably more likely to get eaten than something square. But I bet if you fucking put hooks on an iPhone and drug it across the top of a lake, eventually something would eat it. And then be really disappointed. You got an Apple product. So there's just a block of wooden crawfish on it. Yeah, I'm sure. Getting, like I said, that motion, that I mean, even this shit, right? The reason I'm jerking my rod here is to create an attempt at a motion a dying fish would make, right? When a fish is dying, it'll kind of shoot up to the top of the water, and then it'll start to fall down and shoot back up towards the top of the water. And so that's what I'm trying to do here by walking the dog. But even like frogs and stuff is a classic bass lure. I don't think fish know or care if it's a frog. They just see something on the top of the water that looks edible. Yeah, the problem with Warhammer minis is the movement, right? You gotta make those actions, get them to the depths you want them, you know, things like that. I will say, there are a few fish that I find will not eat worms. That no amount of fuckery with a worm they won't touch it. If it's not fish shaped, they won't eat it. Specifically fish that hang out deeper, I think, are more prone to that because they just are only used to eating fish or crayfish. I live on really clear water though and do a lot of sight fishing, and like crappie, I've never been able to get a crappie to eat a worm. No matter how many times I bounce it off its fucking nose. Dude, musky fishing is wild to watch too, because like musky fishing is pretty much, can you piss off the fish enough to get it to eat your lure? So they'll throw a lure out and then they'll see the fish following it. Muskie are like super curious and they'll see the fish following it, but it won't hit. So they'll throw it back out, get the fish to follow it again, and they'll actually stick the tip of their rod in the water and do figure eights right off the side of their boat over and over and over and over until the muskie fucking finally just attacks it. I know, I think it was 45 months. How often do fish encounter worms? Very, very rarely. They encounter a lot of like caterpillars and stuff that fall out of trees, like tree worms. But actual earthworms and night crawlers and stuff like that, it's not like worms are, oops, I crawled up into the lake again. Guess I'll drown. Good luck, Camel. It's a fun game. Very good. I wish I could start over. Erase my memory and start over on Russian fishing. Yeah, different larvas and stuff like that that are very wormy. But actual earthworms, redworms, night crawlers, fish aren't seeing them in real life. Which is, again, fish eat what's... some fish are worse than others. Like, with their just, I'm gonna consume bass, eat everything. And even more to the point of, do they know what they're eating? Like, I do a lot of night fishing with lures and stuff like that. Trolling and going fast and in dark water with dark lures. There's no way they're taking the time to be like, that's a finely crafted fake fish you've got there, sir. I think I'll eat it. What's actually happening is they're seeing a tiny silhouette of something in the dark. They're feeling the vibrations in the water because the lure is designed to go whoa, 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 whoa in the water. And they're going, yump, eat that. Which bait is used for giant ocean fish? The ocean is like the epitome of exactly what we're talking about. And that fish eat everything. You start out in the ocean with like a hunk of squid or a shrimp. And then the first fish you catch on that, you cut it up and cast out its head. And then the next fish you catch on that, you cut it up and toss that out to catch a shark. Like, that's... Or you catch live fish and throw them out live, too. Yeah, most saltwater fishermen, even without chasing giant fish, the first thing they do is go catch bait. What are they, lady fingers? Ladyfish? Ladyfish. Lady fingers is a food. Ladyfish is a fish. A toy boat would be a great lure, I bet. It's got the perfect shape. Disrupt enough water. I bet you could get like an old... I had a sweet little old tugboat. Throw some treble hooks off the back of a tugboat. It'd work. What inherently makes this fishing Russian? It's in Russia. I know. It's a shocker. It's crazy. It's not what anyone expects. You're not alone. Don't feel bad. I get that question 3,000 times a night. But the fact of the matter is, Russian fishing is just fishing in Russia. Some of these rivers are designed after real rivers. I actually heard the game is supposed to take place in like 1980s Russia. Not only do they like take the time to make it Russian, there's a backstory. It's like 1980s Russia. That's why things go out of stock and everything looks a little outdated. It's intentionally trying to be older. Yeah, my friend fishes with a drone all the time just because he's dumb and has money. He loses them constantly in the lake. No, you can drink vodka, and I did just chase around a bear. So is the fishing that slow, or is it the change of the hooks / line size? You'll never know for sure. Could've swore I put a lure on this. Nope, just put hooks on the lure. But it is different compared to most fishing games. Like, the fact that it's Russian does make it quite unique to me as an American, because Russian fishing, European fishing in general, is pretty different than American fishing. The species alone, and the techniques used to catch the different species in Europe. this type of fishing right here, very normal to what I do in the States, but I was by far the best fishing simulator. Game is like a, you know, that's a personal choice. What you find fun, right? Do you find simulators fun? Because I think there are some people who just argue sims aren't very fun. Alright, this thing's hammering them now. That's the fun part. I mean, like, there's so many things that are different between this pool and that other one, even though it's it doesn't seem like it. I have no idea what actually made the change here. And because the time is constantly changing, the weather is constantly changing, you can never guarantee which change did what. But this game, from a simulator point, which includes realism and, in my opinion, fun, is by far better than any of its competitors. I do wish there was American fishing. I'd love to see them expand outside of Russia. But alas, it's Russian fishing. And in the 80s, apparently, so I don't think in the 80s there was a lot of vacations to America from Russia. Fish are actually quite reliable in real life. It's harder in the game because time goes so fast, right? Like, I just watched a minute change on the clock and the temperature changed to 1/10 of a Celsius. But in real life, fish are very, very driven by water temperature. Almost 100% driven by water temperature, and very, very consistent. Like, there's a reason we don't, like, run out of tuna. Well, I mean, eventually we're going to run out of tuna because we fished them all up. But there's a reason we don't run out of tuna in the supermarket, right? It's because we know exactly where they're going to be every year. Shows like Deadliest Catch and stuff like that. You know, how they... Guys may have a bad crab day and not do as well as the boat next to them, but they are 100% going to catch crabs. They know where the crabs are. It's not a guessing game. It's a matter of, are they 100 yards that way or that way, right? And now with technology, we've made it even easier for ourselves to map out the bottoms of a lake and be like, water temperature is 65 degrees, the fish are here. The only, like, I should have ran this thing the other way. The only real big variable in fishing is pressure. How much have those fish been harassed by fishermen? Because that's the biggest factor in will they bite or not. If you took other fishermen out of the equation, though, fishing would be very, very, very easy. It is free. There's some premium currency and subscription options and stuff, but the game is free and very playable free. Don't tell my dad. So it's $60, he'll appreciate it more. There you go. If for an older gentleman, if you really care, you could flip him some coin because he's gonna, you know, I think the early game is the least realistic part of this, and all fishing sims have it. You start out with gear that's like ridiculously weak. And never in my life have I ever seen a fishing pole that can't reel in a bluegill. But this game and every other fishing sim I've ever played starts you out with a pole so weak you can't land a bluegill. Which is just, like, very strange. Yeah, mountain lakes, private ponds. Uh, dude, I have $10 kitty rods that I've landed 30-pound catfish on. They actually have the opposite effect. So again, we talk about this clicking, the drag when the fish is pulling the line out. Shitty cheap reels have really bad drags that can't do these micro adjustments. That can't. They're like it's a lot harder for a reel to pull line against a bluegill than it is for a reel to pull line against a salmon, right? In reality, this reel would be cheaper than the reel you start with. Because this is bigger stuff, it's easier to work with. You know, it's like watchmaking to make a reel that's going to be able to finesse fish a bluegill. Yeah, there are pre-made. I would give them one of the pre-made kits. You can buy them right out. They're not like $5. You could probably get them pre-made. There's like, they're labeled and everything in the store. They're in little boxes and they're at the top of the list. There's like a spinning one, a bottom one, and a bobber one, I think. And I think they're probably a couple bucks a piece IRL money. That would be what I would give my dad if I was going to get him into this. Or my mom. She's the fisherman, not my dad. I actually have a reel that looks almost identical to this. It's like 35 bucks. Though it probably would be a couple $100 reel. No, I've always said if you were going to spend money on gear in this game, it should be on the early stuff. Because that stuff's priced fine. It's the late game shit that's ridiculous, dumb. You're spending real money, or real and fishing rod equivalents to get in-game rods and reels. They're almost exactly that. Like high-end fishing reels are 350, 400 bucks in this game and in real life. That's pretty like serious high-end too. Unless you're a fly fisherman. I think that shit gets crazy money. Saltwater gets more too. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it, no. And like I said, for an older gentleman who's not familiar with the way of a simulator, I would. But I wouldn't recommend it to the average Joe. Some people want to spend money, though, to support a game. So if your plan was to spend 10 bucks on this game, I would spend it early before saving it for... I guess you could save it for repairs late, but I would spend it early. Especially now with the mosquito change. I think early leveling is probably a lot harder than it was. Why would you say that, Noel? What's your argument for it's easier? Because I have my argument for what's harder. Unless they, like, legitimately change the numbers. They had no way of paying out? People are fucking nuts, Galstiger. Really? I feel like that is impossible because it's bigger. And you also have to deal with so many bigger fish in there now. There's so many fish in there that can break your line. Plus the lake is big enough that it's easy to get spooled. Is that a grayling? Cute. Yeah, your argument's my argument for why it's harder. Bigger lake, bigger fish. I mean, it's basically Oldberg. Yeah, see, that's not easy though, no. You're saying it'd be easy if you had knowledge. Like, it'd be easy for you and I to go back and do it. When I started on Mosquito, it was very obvious where to fish because the lake was very small with pre-set up docks. And I spent days in real life trying to catch a common carp there and never caught one. Now people are catching 18-kilo common carp there. Yeah, I spent a lot of time throwing bobbers out in deeper water too and never catching anything on Mosquito already, let alone with the depth it's got now. That's the one thing I wish Russian fishing had. The variable temperature is cool, and it's their attempt to change seasons. But I almost wish, like, lakes experienced actual seasons. So that it wasn't always target Xander in the deep water. I guess technically it probably does a little bit of change, but I don't know. Yeah, because it's very rare that any fish has one habitat, right? That it just picks this deep hole and never leaves it. That's just not really a thing fish do. 4 months of Russian ice fishing? Well, not only ice fishing, but... a week where the temps are colder like spring and fall in a week. Because spring and fall basically have the exact same fish behavior. So we wouldn't even have to, like, say it's spring, say it's fall. In a week where it's warmer. And the game, again, has variable temperature if you look at the weather. Oops. Yeah, it kind of has that sometimes. This isn't much of a change, though. Maybe it's more than I realized because Celsius is confusing to me. Celsius has such a small... it's such small numbers. I'm in Michigan. It can be 40 in the morning and 85 in the afternoon. In this game, it goes from like 12 to 18. And I'm like, did the temperature even change? I'm fine with, like, metric measurements, but I'm bad with Celsius. It's about 12 degrees roughly, yeah, that's what I figured. Because it's about 2 to 1, right? For the most part. Like, depending on where it's at on the scale. Nine-fifths plus 32. Yeah, that's the confusing part. That plus 32 part. But that's pretty irrelevant in actually telling temperature, because we're not out in negative 40 degree weather where Fahrenheit and Celsius meet up or whatever. Oof, nice coho. I hate ice fishing time. The worst fishing time. Get out of here. Yeah, but that's not true when you get to the extremes of the example, right? That's what we're getting at. That wouldn't be true if the temperature reached negative 28. Then you would need that 32. I don't have boys. Maybe that's my problem. An MMO? It's multiplayer, but you don't actually see each other and interact. So everybody that's fishing on this river is fishing at 1352. It's 16.9 degrees. The wind's 4 miles an hour to the south. Wait, meters per second and to the west. But anyway. And we compete over records and leaderboards, and there are tournaments and stuff that you can do, but you will never see another player. It's not really even instanced. I said that yesterday, but like, it's not really instanced either, because fishing pressure, from what the dev, obviously we don't know exactly how everything is coded, but from the way the devs talk about it, fishing pressure affects us all, right? So there could be 300 other people standing in this exact spot fishing right here, and that would be influencing the bite rate up for all of us. If it was instanced, then my fishing would reduce the bite rate for me, but theirs wouldn't, right? It does feel like this just is catching less. I actually really love the fact that you don't see people when I'm playing the game by myself. That being said, it would be nice to have the option to see people sometimes. But if you've played games where you can see people, like Fishing Planet, you end up with boy piles, right? New players join a map, look around, see there's 3 guys standing there, 2 guys there, 4 guys over here, and they pick a pile because they know those places are active or those people wouldn't still be standing there. And even the same goes for a tournament. Same kind of concept, right? Like, it's good and bad that you can or can't see each other. And as much as we like to think that we wouldn't jump in one of those boy piles, after you spend 10 minutes not catching fish, you're going to go jump in the boy pile. And worse, You can look at his pole, see what lure's on it. You can see the fish he's reeling in. Yeah, this is just not catching as well, huh? So is it the lure or the leader? The hooks. I guess we can swap the hooks to test that. Yeah, I agree. I wish it had the option that you could do it, but I think from a simulator standpoint and the way these devs work, they really want us to struggle a little bit. They don't want us to just succeed. And in doing so, they've kept a player base for a very long time. And the dynamic fishing is great too, because if you, I mean, some of you have probably already tried it, but if you Google a YouTube video on where fish are hot, it's very, very rare that spot is still hot by the time you get there. A lot of the rivers are based on somewhere on Earth. Yes, I don't know if this is even a river name. The Yama River. Probably real. Yama River. I don't see this one. The other rivers, there's a lot of them that are real. I don't see this one as a real river. Yeah, this spot is actively, like, before my very eyes has been dying for me. It's crazy. It has always had some windows where it's not great, but this is just horrendous. I don't know if the fish actually... I don't think the fish are actually AI. I think it's actually the devs paying attention. They're very, very, very observant with how much money is the community making and how can we slow them down. That's worth a lot. That's a nice fish. Oh, you mean in real fish? Oh, I don't think that they are, like, communicating their fear. Even the opposite. A lot of times catching one fish will make you catch more. Like I'll reel in a fish and other, like bass specifically, other bass will be attacking him, trying to eat what he's already got in his mouth. I do think that's part of why sometimes it's hard to catch the big fish, is the little guy is too gung-ho, too giddy. He'll run in and grab it first. And then once the big fish sees him get shit whipped across the water, he's like, maybe I won't eat that. I just watched that get eaten. I probably shouldn't eat it. Yeah, the fish, one of the devs did a long time ago, did tell me exactly what I had on the line. Which is, well, he told me he knew exactly what I had on the line. Like, down to the size it was and everything like that. I don't think they're allowed to tell. They did do it with that sturgeon guy, though. But anyway. There was no doubt that guy had a sturgeon on, though. They didn't actually have to confirm it was a sturgeon. Someday I need to sturgeon fish on stream. But in order to sturgeon fish on stream, I'll have to, like, play another game and just leave this running in the background. Because it's very, very slow. If I ever want to chase the big sturgeon. As you'd expect from, like, a rare prehistoric fish. You don't just catch them wham, bam, bam, one after another. But I do want to catch a 500 kilogram fish someday. In real life and the game. caught one. I've caught a few, but none of them big enough. Have you broke 100 kilos or anything like that, Noel? Yeah, you can get little boats and troll. Trolling's my favorite thing to do in this game. Nowhere near, yeah. My biggest fish is a catfish, right? Oops. Yeah, 39 pound or kilogram catfish. But very close, I did a 38 kilogram beluga, so. On a 14 kilo reel. Oh, you've only caught a 10 kilo Kaluga and you don't want to catch more? Baby. I put like 2.5 hours into that beluga. Yeah, the salmonoids fight the best. And they have a very good feel to their fighting. I think the fish have gotten better, though. Like, I saw Jasky fighting a catfish today. And it was actually turning and running at him and stuff every once in a while. Which, every catfish I have caught has just kind of sat there. Unless it's insanely big, like that 39 one. And it was because it was way bigger than my gear. Then it just kind of like walked away. Not even fast, but just like, I'm going to leave now. They did change catfish behavior, okay. That's good, because they were very lame. And the worst part with the catfish was when they were so big that like you couldn't lift it off the bottom. It just sat there. I parked my boat over one once and just sat there doing rod lifts for 20 minutes. It wasn't moving at all. We have sturgeon here, pretty good ones. Not the big massive ones like the West Coast, but I think that's where the really big ones are, right? The like 12, 14 foot ones. We get some 6, 9 footers over here. Alright, fish until dark here, and then we're moving on. Man, I just been slaying. It's alright, I made good money here. Can't be too upset. Could probably go wander around and try to find another spot, but I don't feel like it. It's so weird to me because my favorite thing is fishing a variety of species. I really hate just targeting one species. I guess it's just because there's so many just reskinned salmon. Would you like gray salmon or red salmon? I only get happy when I catch the rainbows and the spotted char. I almost just cut my line. Hate when I do that. Oh, these are cute too. Look how cute those are. What a pretty fish. I wish I had a good river close to me. I have to drive 40 minutes to fish in the river. And I've fallen in love with it, but 40-minute drives I'm not a fan of. Each way. Yeah, the Stinky Paper Mill River. I don't mind that it's Stinky Paper Mill. I just like the variety of fish in rivers is really awesome. Yeah, we have an insanely polluted from the old paper mills river. Stop double jigging like that. Butthead. There is definitely something between these two rods, I think. Yeah, I've done very little trout fishing. Someday, maybe. Let's see. That's too much work. Excuse me? Excuse me? I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Can't find home row. Help. The little tabs are long gone off my keyboard. Long gone. I was looking to see if there ever even was one on this F key. It looks like there was. Also, does anyone actually WASDA with these 3 fingers and not these 3? That would be awkward. Alright, now I'm not blaming the rod and reel so much as it's just fucking slow out here. My spot is dead. I'm leaving. Rest in peace, Spot. I loved you. I loved you so much. You can stay there, Rods. Use your pinky for a shift, though. I mean, you could just shift over to it, like you do when you're typing. That's a... Also, my chat just freaked out. But, like, that's how you type. Your finger's on A and your pinky's on A until you want to move the shift. No, there is no line snagging. Other snaggings. Pinky knuckle. My pinky's too small. Yeah, lures have collision. Which I learned the other day when I spent an hour trolling around pushing my lure in front of the boat, not realizing it. I guess I knew they had collision, I just didn't realize they'd collide with the boat. The line collision is kind of jank. I just don't know how they'd fix it, Calisty Girl. Like, we're limited by coding there. Like, the running your line through a tree thing is dumb feeling, but what's the alternative? The amount of work that would require to... I can't blame them. All right. Oh. They worked on that in one of the last patches. Oh, you mean like the fact that I don't snag it in the grass? Trying to decide where I want to go. Well, first things first. Let's grab a free snack. This way I'm committed to leaving. I don't have Tommy or Jasky here to guide me. It's so quiet here. Grab a free snack. Check out the old tackle shop. Debate wasting all of my money. Oh, they don't sell it here either for me to look at it. Fuckers. It's both 8.5 kilo. Oh, that one's actually smaller. Oh. Yeah, see, that reel's only 6,700 bucks. Only, he says. Only be the second most expensive reel I've ever bought. Yeah, but it's worse. Why would I want that one? It's worse. Unless it has a better... This is to the point where I probably would look up a guide to see the lockout strength. And the belugas usually win the lockout strength. Because I feel like there's gonna be fish you're gonna have to lock. Let's see. Hooks, conditions, reel sheets. 6,000s, 4,000s, 3,000s, 1,000s. This doesn't say the mech strength. Oh, never mind. Yes, it does. They're putting it under max drag, which is just wrong. And there's no information for the 1000 series reels. Yeah, that's what I'm on, Lacquer. But there's no information for the max strength of the 1000 series reels. Or I'm blind. Lockout is when you completely lock the drag on your reel. So all reels are designed. I don't have a fishing reel here anymore, and I hate that. I used to keep them around. But all reels are designed that if you pull on the line hard enough, it'll pull line out of the reel instead of breaking the reel or the rod or the line, and you can adjust that, how hard that is to pull line out. So locking strength is if I turn the drag all the way down, how much before that little tiny baby reel rips in two. And because it's a little tiny baby reel, that's far more important to me, because there's a chance I'm gonna get into fish I just can't land without it. I won't be able to, literally won't be able to lift them out of the water into my boats or into my nets. I gotta assume. Is this the best one, the Inferno? I think there's two that have 8.5 kilo, right? No, the JSX-10 is an 8 kilo. Yeah, this one, or JSX. Maybe that reel's dead. Or do they have it listed wrong? No. The mech strength is a hidden stat. Though, there's some, like, hints at it in the ratings, the star ratings, and the price of it as well. Like, if you go back up in the reels that are more comparable, like comparing this 6 kilo at 398 bucks. That's not a 6 kilo. To this 4 kilo at $650. This is a better reel. Example being this reel. I have this reel here, and I think its brake strength is like 42 pounds, even though it's only a 14.5 kilogram drag. And where's the other reel? This reel, which is a 15.5 kilo drag, breaks at like 32 kilos. Not all rods support all reel sizes, yep. And not all, and the reason to get into different rods and reels, different sizes, is to throw different lures. And fun. Same with real life. The majority of the time we have fancy rods and reels that are all bendy and flexy and do cool stuff. It's for fun. So in order to buy top tier, I kind of just want to do it because then I'm done with it. And I never have to do it again, you know? It's not like I'll ever... I mean, I guess they could come out with a better one. And I think it's this rod is fine. 9.5 kilos. It's probably a little light, actually. Because, yeah. That is very light, actually. That would be never locking it. Without chancing breaking that rod. But that's crazy money. But that is the next option, isn't it? Because these are just going to be smaller. Oh no, that's a 10.8 kilo. But you're giving up the stats. Okay, I was just into the crazy money stat rods. Okay, I don't care about stats. Oh, interesting. Oh no, that's light. It says UL there, and that's confusing. So that's 1 to 4 gram. What was this one? 1 to 5 gram. And a bonus. Was this the one? Yeah, and a bonus to wobblers and spin fishing in general. So you get an extra gram out of that, which is relevant for sure. when it comes to wobblers. But about it. Yeah, what is the big advantage of casting? Because that is the best one, right? Is it to do it in casting? I just don't think I'll ever level high enough to do it. Well, that's exactly the same. That's exactly the same. I guess I misread what you were saying, Raptors. They may have changed that. How do you even tell what's ultralight in these? Oh, these all are. This just is the ultralight setup, right? Yeah. It just comes down to what rod you put it on. So yeah, you get a half a kilo, but have to spend fucking like 8 additional skill points, right? To get equivalent low profile reels. Is there not one for the rod? Okay, so no, you just have to spend 5 additional skill points to justify it. I mean, you don't have way more options. I guess if you were only doing that from the get-go. The reality is you have 2 more options. These are the only 2 you'd ever get. And I'm sure one of these is just better. Probably this one. Like, the getting distracted by the store having 95 options is irrelevant when there's just a best. But nobody's getting into baitcasters early unless they're just, you know, like I said, having fun. That's the way they want to play, but that's not another option, though. That's just the same option. Do they hold the same amount of line? 154 at 0.22. Not even close. Wow, that's like horribly bad difference there for... Do you hold the line? No. Were they both 0.22? Because boy, I wouldn't want the extra half a kilo to give up 100 meters of line. Oh no, this was 0.11. This was just very different line. So they're 0.22. This is actually a little less. Okay, as it should be. But very close. Silly that 2 reels with the same drag. I think baitcasters take less damage from bigger line too. Realistically, that would be the way. They run bigger line. 70 meters? I thought it was like 30. But maybe I doubled wrong. So I would need... The reel is a sure thing. If I'm buying it, I'm doing this one. It's $67.23. Let's just call it $7 grand, because that'll take into consideration extras. And the rod. It was 0.11 for 232 meters, so it's just doing literally a half example. So you'd be whatever 230 meters is divided by 2, 115 meters at 222, or at 0.22. So you're losing 35 meters, right? You're just doubling the line size is all that is. It's not. And then I think I would just go with the cheaper and give up the gram. Because it's heavier. Because it's got the best load capacity. 10.8 gram load, or kilogram load capacity. It's either that or go all the way out to this fucking thing at 10 grand. But I want that load capacity. The baitcaster was 130 some meters at 0.22. Here, we'll write it down. $148 meters at 0.22. $232 meters at 0.11. So 232 divided by 2 would be 116 meters at 0.22. You're losing 22 meters of line. Why are you doing math for a different size though, Sinister? 0.11 line is literally half the size of 0.22 line. The math is already there for you. Your Okay, apparently math in this world doesn't work the same as it does in... How would that make sense? It's the volume change. But that measurement is the line volume. That 0.11 meter is the line volume. Double the width of the line makes it take up 4 times the area. Right. Because of wrapping? Why? Why is it 4 times? It's just gotta be right. Something with wrapping that my brain isn't wrapping around. Because if I laid 0.11 on top of 0.11, it'd be 0.2. 2. So what would wrapping change? They'd be, yes. So it is the wrapping part of it because of the width of the line. Exactly, Calastigro. That's the part. Because you're not, if it was a one-dimensional or a two-dimensional line filling a two-dimensional object, it would be a straight 2-to-1 ratio. But because it's a three-dimensional line filling a three-dimensional volume, right, yes. Because it's taking up 0.11 all the way around the line. Yeah. Yeah. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. It's not as simple. It's not a weird detail. I mean, it's just the way it works, right? It's just right. It's just a right detail, and actually just like a very obvious. Once you started spooling line, you'd be like, oh yeah. Math's not, yeah. His circle's filling a box. I mean, I don't know how that helps me, but my way, I got it now. It makes perfect sense. So yeah, it is a far better line capacity. Like 3-to-1 line capacity. Of a 0.22 line though. Is that a relevant line size? I don't want to get, I might be getting persuaded in the... It is a relevant line size. Because we would be running 0.18. 0.18 is perfect actually for the... Yeah, and you're just sizes that don't work. Your sizes that also do not work. You might work, actually. What's 120% of 8.5, chat? Is it 10.2? That's exactly the math on the Simmons. Weird how that worked out, eh? So yeah, that would be the perfect line. And that still comes in under, but boy, yeah, you're only running 100 meters a line then. And that still comes in under... Trying to figure. Can someone do the math to tell me the difference of line I would be able to hold here? Can someone do that math now that you know the volume calculation? So I want to... How much line... if it fits 148 meters at 0.22, what would it fit at 0.18? I put the question in chat in the word form so that you can answer it. Fucking math, y'all. Because I could deal with the difference of losing 48 meters, I think. The 5 skill points is a lot, though, man. It's getting hard to justify. I'm so many things I need to put skill points in. It is going to be on your midterm. You'd have to know the other line. I did give him the other line capacity. 148 meters. It fit 148 meters at 0.22. So the volume is 0.22 at 140. Like all three of them. Would you have to? Why? You should be able to scale it down. It should be 216 meters. That sounds right. Should we check your math, Badman? Because I bet the math is over there for us if I just looked. But I really liked making chat do math. Seems high. Sounds close. Oh, it only goes the other way. Damn. Yeah, I think your math is right. That's the same math. No, yeah, I mean, it's not a fishing thing. It's just math. Because you're just getting into wrapping a circle. I think that's right. I guess you could test it by going the other way. Let me see. Right? No. I don't know. My brain is fucking actually melting now. But if 0.25... I don't know that I can find a reel that does that. I don't know that that math will... exist. It'd be a big guessing game. I think that seems like a good range too, Badman. I think that's a pretty safe range to expect. Which is really all I'm looking for is a ballpark, which is a significant amount of line though. Yeah, they're all showing 0.22. And the problem is that wouldn't change it either because each reel has its own spool size. Like this one's going to be different because it's a different size spool, so that's irrelevant information too, right? Finding another reel won't solve the problem. Well, no, it would give us the... No, it wouldn't, because the reel is the initial volume. $2.21. Well, it's somewhere in there. Somewhere in there. Someone might just have it and have the line on it. Anyway, so yeah, it's 100. I wanted to double check the rod again. And the line was 10-2. Should allow you to turn your drag all the way up. Can I test that? I've spent about 20% in my rough math. Well, no. Not really, Sinister. Like, baitcasters never have spools this big. This is a 5,000 series spool. Unless you get into conventional baitcast. But it's just spool size, right? The difference being when you compare small spinning to small bait casting. Small bait casting can hold more because it doesn't have the spool itself taking up as much space. Like the issue with a spinning reel spool is it's also the drag mechanism and everything inside of it, right? So baitcasters' internal spools are smaller, so they can have more line at the same size when they're that small. But spinning reels get bigger and hold more line, I guess is what I should say. So yes, two equal-sized reels, a baitcaster and a spinning reel. The baitcaster will always hold more line because of a smaller spool. But spinning reels in general get bigger until you get into like salt water. And then you get into like giant conventional reels, you know. So I just forgot the math. How much money did I need? I care about the math because I want to turn my drag all the way up. That's the only reason. So I really need to make I've made the mistake before of buying rods that there's no line that works. Because you need to have a line that's big enough to turn your drag all the way up, but that still is small enough to get underneath a rod that works with that reel. No, it's not 15K. Still not 15K. It's 11K, and not even quite 11K. And then line is how much? 120. I'm not doing a baitcaster. Yeah, that they're both JSXs, but the baitcaster is double the money too, and 5 more skill points. But you do get the extra 100 meters of line and a half a drag. Can't get those to 4 grams, eh? It will hurt you. But I can cast all my Christmas spinners. Oh, wow, yeah. Kilos can't have that hook. They have to go downgrade a hook. Yeah, that's a much lighter hook. Much lighter. I love when you're getting to the point that you're worried about hook weight is too much. I'm gonna break my rod because of my hook size. Though, what's the... There's a leniency there. Can I test that? My ultralight's a 1 to 7 now. Why they gotta give me such cool ultralights in the shittier categories? God damn it, now I gotta go back to this tackle shop. There's absolutely leniency when it comes to being overweight. I cast this motherfucker like 700 times. This isn't it. I cast this motherfucker like 700 times. Alright, well, one of these was yellow. I was definitely over. And cast it a bunch of times. It was that one. It was overweight. We did the math on it last night, and I cast it over and over and over. It just wears it down faster, I'm assuming. Though rod damage is... Yeah, look how fucked my line guides are. The blank is actually taking damage. Has the other one? I assume it's blank damage, and the blanks can't be repaired, I would guess. Rods are designed to throw a certain weight, and when you throw too much, they can actually break. That's a reality. It's the #1 way to break a rod, not a fish on the end of the line, but throwing too heavy of a lure. Usually you have to throw significantly more weight, not 2 gram difference. But there's got to be a breaking point, right? There's got to be, eventually it gets down to 2 grams. Isn't it? Is that not where you repair? Workshop. Yeah. Blanks cannot be repaired. Yeah, the issue comes into the speed at which you release, right? A fish pulling on your pole is never going to have the same impact. It's sort of like a transmission in a car, right? You use a heavier weight oil in your transmission because of impact of gears actually colliding than you use in your motor that is just friction. So the same goes with the rod. You're more likely to break it because of that fast impact than you are from a bend, a consistent bend. If you took a rod and smacked it on your knee, you'd break it, but I can grab a rod and bend the two ends together if I do it with slow tension, right? Rods can bend both ways. I don't know if they're actually designed to bend one way or another. I bent one backwards on stream the other day, and that was like 1.5 years ago. I'm not an engineer, but that's my hillbilly way of explaining it to you. But the impacts. It also snaps lines and does all kinds of stuff. But because I don't know what kind of throw speeds we're casting at, but like when you're getting into specialty rods, I have that throw like 3 ounces and stuff like that. With a whip motion of your wrists on 3 ounces, you're probably 70 mile an hour or something like that, I'd guess. I mean, even with my wimpy muscles. But that's really what rods are designed for more than anything, is casting. How much that tip is going to bend when you are in the back of your throw and how much it's going to bend in the front, right? Like you need that whip of the tip specifically to get your lures to go anywhere. Because a lot of the lures we throw, you know, they're 4 grams. How far can you throw 4 grams with your bare hand? All right, so we need 2 grand to make a really dumb investment. I guess I'm going to go back to Old Tuba, my favorite place in the world. I'd live here in real life. I was slaying the asp the other day so well I should have never left, but I did. My favorite misconception with rods, though, is the big rod for catching big fish. Like long rods for catching long fish. But like for the engineer in chat, you know, you're actually giving the fish a bigger lever and making it harder for you. Big rods are for casting really far and steering fish away from, you know, embankments and trees and your boat and things like that. They're in no way to help you fight a fish. You are only giving the fish a bigger lever. That's why kiddie poles are this long. Yeah, then that's why ice fishing poles are... I really wish I had my fishing poles out. I took them to the barn thinking, I don't need these in my house, and now all I want is to use fishing poles as example. Gotta set up my poles again. I'm just realizing I've had some messes here with my gear. Some possible whoopsie daisies, even. Fuck you, Sputnik. So you'll be HSV positive with the big heavy line. And you can run, those are worthless leaders, I don't know why I have them. And you can run the 20.4s. With the Huaca. And then yeah, you're the problem child. You're the one that could have had whoopsie daisies. You need the 19 kilogram liters. You'll never be able to throw that. Who do I talk to about getting the boat around here? Oh, the dinghy's right there. Oh, there's a second. There's two dinghies? What do you need two dinghies for? Well, now I gotta go through here. Those don't need to be thrown that far. $26 an hour, man, it adds up. You gotta take your fishing pretty seriously. You go broke. Don't forget it cost me like $40 to get here. I'm really gonna invest hard into top water and see what happens. I don't think that lure is back far enough, but we'll find out soon, huh? There's no way this popper would... I mean, I guess it'd eventually catch a fish, but it's certainly not designed for this. Can I get it to say walking? Oh! It's working. There's also the rod bend stuff that goes into keeping the fish from slipping the hook, which is a whole other interesting aspect. I got to... Yeah, it doesn't make sense, though. It's really sinister. You're defeating the design of the lure by trolling it. Spin reels, you can just flip the reel around. Like, you can see it on that one. The right side of the reel, there's a little spinning. See that right there? You unscrew that on the right side and then flip the reel around to the left side, or vice versa. Unless it's a bait caster. Bait casters are the opposite. They just come the opposite. I don't know why. I do know why, actually. I hate it, but I do know why. So the reason fishing originally you started reeling with the left hand was you wanted, you know, your dominant hand to be controlling the rod, because that's where all your technique is, right? Why is that so close? guess I said I didn't have to throw it that far. Rotating the opposite way. You mean in real life? The only rod in real life that would be rotating the opposite way would be a closed face reel, where the line is inside the reel, and that's because they're actually meant to be held up facing you and would reel like this instead of like this. Yes. Or a bait caster would also do the same thing. Would reel like this because they're meant to be held facing up and reeled like this instead of like this. Wait, the other way around. Like this instead of like that. Buy one and mail it to me, because I cannot grasp this concept. If you knew how often I was inside of a fishing store, you'd be disgusted, and I've never seen it. To say all of them were that way. My baitcaster spins this way. I have to do it in my head, which is the same as my spinning reel. I don't have a baitcaster in the house. I have a spinning reel. But I believe the little shitty button ones, like for babies, spin the other way because they're meant to be held. No, they spin the same way. The problem is people try to hold them face down, like a baitcaster. Or like a spinning reel. Yeah, what I was trying to say, Sinister, is people try to hold them face down, and then they spin backwards. My brother's girlfriend fishes her reel upside down and backwards, and it kills me. Yes, they try to fish a bait caster upside down, like it's a spinning reel. Or their button rods, the little baby button rods, again for babies. Alright, the Asper's still hot as hot can be. The question is, are they even if they're hot, is the money comparable to fucking Yama? I'd be very curious to see it, though. And I would guess that you were holding them wrong. Because that would be wild if they had a whole set of reels that were just done wrong. Because that would literally just be wrong. And they'd only be able to sell them to people who had no idea about fishing. A lot of reels, I will say, Zev, what you may have experienced is a lot of reels have an actual rewind switch. You can flip the switch on it and backfeed line. Yes, they're capable of reeling out line. I don't know when anyone uses that feature, except accidentally hitting it and going, ah, ah, ah. And that may have been what you were experiencing, was the switch on the front. There's like a little toggle on the front that lets you reel out line backwards. And I have no idea why they have them, because I don't know where you would use that. I guess if you were like sitting over a 300-foot hole in the Great Lakes and you really wanted to fish the bottom, you can... Or maybe the intention is so they could be used ice fishing? Couldn't you just open it, though? Yes. Yes, you could. Yes. You can. Fair points again. I don't know what they're for. I've never known. Let me see if this one has it. Oh, fish. Controlled line output. Yeah, but you can just do that with a like you put. That's how you. Like like Oak said, you're already controlling your line output when you open the bail and let line out with your hand. Some people aren't smart. It was probably just a thing they were like, we could add this, and so they did. Does this one have it? My nice reels don't have it, which I assume is because people... Yeah, this has it. See? Reels normal way. Flip switch. Reels to let line out. But reels both ways. No? Oh wait, it got tangled in its own line, didn't it? Yeah, there's a line in this reel. It's not mine. So he could manually let out line instead of trusting the drag on his reel. Ah. So it's for incredibly controlling freaks who don't trust technology. I see. Or a really cheap reel. It's not a bad idea on a really cheap reel, I guess, because their drags aren't very smooth. Like 90% of what you're paying extra for, the difference between a $30 reel and a $500 reel is the smoothness of the drag. And if you're going to drag, you want it to be smooth. But that comes into, again, discussing force. I don't know, there's probably like an actual terminology for this stuff, but it comes into discussing force over strength is the only way I can describe it, right? Cheap reels, if a fish pulls really hard, really fast, it'll break your line. Where if a fish pulls really hard in a slow, continuous way, like we were talking about with rods, it'll be fine. F equals MA. Full Metal Alchemist? Yeah. I guess that explains it fine. And same goes with this game, which is why you have to... Which is why 9.5 kilo line doesn't work on a 9.5 kilo drag. You need to go that, like I said, that like 20% over. I wonder if that math is actually accurate. No, that there wouldn't be math there without knowing... mass acceleration. I don't know how to catch walleye. It's one species I'm very unfamiliar with. Very, very unfamiliar with. IRL. Jerk is the derivative of acceleration, so the rate of change... Because, yeah, like, technically there would be a lot more math in there than just force equals mass times acceleration, because you're getting into, like, shock, the shock that something can withstand and all kinds of shit, right? Like, to really, truly figure out how much force a reel can handle, you'd have to know how much shock. Like there's a lot of components in there, right? And line, and you get into yeah. And I've seen a whole bunch of line tests too, where like, no two lines are actually gonna be exactly 10 pounds test. Burst damage versus sustained damage. No, it's complicated is what it is. And 10 people always think 10-pound line is for 10-pound fish, but like fish don't weigh 10 pounds in the water. They can't necessarily pull 10 pounds, but some 10-pound fish can pull 25 pounds of force. It's complicated. He's slaughtering many rabbits? I knew he was a psychopath. So, like, everything Raptors is saying is cool and well until you don't live in anywhere like he's describing. And that's the problem with generic fishing information, is depending on the part of the world you live in, the types of bodies of water you're fishing in, fishing logic changes. Because what are your shallows compared to my shallows? Even that shit gets into it, right? Are your walleye moving up from 30 feet of water into 4 foot of water, or are they moving up from 60 feet of water into 15 feet of water? It's really, really hard to explain to someone how to fish a type of fish in a body of water that you don't know. No, even in just freshwater versus freshwater. There are some fish it's a lot easier, but... Yeah, specifically the northern part of America, where we have a lot of small glacier lakes, small spring-fed lakes. Our fishing is very unique compared to the rest of America, that most of the fishing is done in reservoirs with current and changes that happen throughout the season with where we're just, a pretty stagnant body of water. It's very interesting. What you should focus on. First thing you want to do is save up enough money to buy 2 bottom rods. If you're trying to be efficient in this game at all, catch a lot of fish, big fish, bottom fishing is by far the best to get you rolling, get you going. And the reason is you can't actively fish with the floats or with spinners and use multiple rods as well as you can with bottom rods until you get into paying for boats. But your early lakes aren't going to have good boating options like you're seeing me doing here. So most of us fish pretty much exclusively bottom fishing until we get into Quarry Lake. Don't listen to him. Buy a shovel. Digging up worms is just your God-given right as a fisherman. Corey doesn't seem as good for trolling. Oh, it seems great. I think you just gotta change your game a little. I think Corey's the best it's ever been for trolling. It's just not producing as well for wobblers. It's still doing fine with wobbler. I think it's the best it's ever been. Without any way to gain energy that's exactly the best time to do it, Raptors. You have free energy right there for you every time you go to the shop. I think people forget that in the early games, Early game, you're just running around like a lunatic back and forth to the shop to buy a new hook you just saved up for. You just ran out of bait, you gotta run back. There's like a million reasons to be running around eating out of that little free cart to eat out of. I really would suggest you don't spend any money on premium in the early game. And you'll thank me later. I think premium, not only does it make the game confusing, it could burn you out faster. Because you unlock these lakes quicker, you level really fast, and you're all excited, and you just don't have the gear to fish them. But because you're bored of Mosquito Lake, you're like, I'm going to go fish it anyway, and then you end up just breaking your gear over and over and over and over until you go so far in the hole you quit. So I would really recommend you don't buy premium until you get into like either your crafting or like higher levels, like 25. Yeah, don't get premium until you understand why you're getting premium. So you have a good reason for it. As much as I'd like to support these devs, it's unfortunately just built wrong. If you want to spend some money early, if you've been playing for 20 hours and feel like, hey man, I'd like to support these developers, you can buy a little gold and use it for repairs. Gold is really efficient for repairing. You can also join our little fishing guild and ask us these questions in the game anytime you want. I think you just type in my name. I think there's a password and my name. Oh, Jassky's back on Sura. I'm not helping him find all the big ones. He's getting them now, though. I think you type in my name and the password is Rich Ham with a capital H. Look at him go now. He got off stream and he found the fish. For some reason, this one's not doing well. What is it about you? Yeah, drifting always just got me catfish. I'm not sure if you're listening, but I for some reason typed to you. Or are you you're just trolling them? Yeah, I like just trolling them still, and like I said, I just incorporate pauses into my trolling every time I hook up a fish, and I feel like that's enough. Like, it's not going to be as good as jig stepping them would be, except the fact that you get to use 2 poles, so that's like arguably. Why aren't you catching fish? I don't know. I guess I'll just swap you out. Press Q. F1 will give you all the controls as well, which is useful. And then press Q to open chat. The chat tab. And then, which Q also opens up your mouse. I need to remember that when people are asking me, how do I tell how much line you have left? I can point at it. And then, yeah, you can select the chats and players and messages. But there is one rule. Anytime somebody loses a fish, you must shame them. I should get a fucking shame bell from Game of Thrones. Ring that motherfucker. like that it's just a bell, but I called it a shame bell, like it's some special tool specifically for shaming. Just my rod bell. I just can't get the same, you know. No. If they break their shit, you give them an F. If they break their shit a whole bunch, you ask them, why is their setup wrong? And then they tell you it's not, and you shake your fucking head and just give up. But there's only been one time one person in chat showed me a setup that I did not understand why it broke. But other than that, every other setup, there's always a reason I can figure it out. And that person could have lied and changed around their setup before they sent me a screenshot. Just saying, it's possible. But I do think it could come down to, like we talked about with fish do have force beyond just strength, beyond just a set weight number. They actually do have the ability to jerk and cause extra force from jerking. Because I know that really big fish, you can get into actual hook breaking and stuff like that. So there's definitely some hidden math going on behind the scenes. Oh, spit on that bread, Vinny. Spit on it. Don't eat it. Spit on it. The setup stuff is the most complicated thing in the game. Like, to figure out for someone who doesn't understand fishing. But once you understand it, it's pretty much set in stone. It's pretty much the same for every rod. And by pretty much same, I mean it really is. Unless you get as high level as me, it's basic. Basically all the same. At my level, when you're trying to fish for 500 kilogram fish, you got to get creative. Cheapest place you can buy, you mean the regular old flies? Let me see if I have it. Sometimes I just have like a million of something. Flies ain't it. You can't have any. I don't know. Like almost every place has the same prices for tackle. There's just a couple places that they're like the same bottom end for tackle. There's a couple places that charge extra, like Corey. And 500 dang silver. Yeah, it's probably because you're buying like 1,000 flies, right, Elbow? Can you go through all the canals in this map? Absolutely. I have trolled them all. I even trolled up this tiny little one into this pond and drove my boat around in circles. And it's not quick. Yeah, that's intentional. The stocking stuff is an attempt to keep you from using those good baits early. Because flies would be very, very strong for new players to fish for like frogs and bleak and things like that without any risk to breaking their gear. So they intentionally lock flies, and like night crawlers don't really become available until I think Volkov. Yeah, until Volkov. You might find them, you might get lucky and find them on one of these lakes, but they're not readily available until Volkov. There's no way to get back here. You can walk back here, I think, and fish. I think. I've never done it. It looks like it, though. There's even a tiny little pond in here. You know, I never even thought about that. It's all these extra little water bodies back here. I should go explore it someday. I won't. Is that a flag? That is a flag at 3.9, huh, Sinister? Damn, you can't even cook those salmon. I mean, you could, but it costs you money. Curious about this pond, right? I'm sure it just has roaches in it. This one, Raptor. Right here. I know people fish this one, but what about this one? Favorite wobbler for Corey. Right now, the original minnow. I really think spinners are the key to success on Corey right now, but the original minnow 13 is my go-to wobbler for Corey. In the pink. Can't access water down there. We'll check and make sure he's right. We're headed that way anyway. I'll troll a little out of my way. I was on some river the other day, and there was water under the ground, and I was trying to get my line to cast into it, but if you dipped your bait down into the ground, it went sploosh. And I was really trying to figure out a way to drop my line into it and fish under the ground. Spikers are really good, yep. I like the... I think Jess uses a different one than I do. I like the... No, we use the same one, don't we, Jesse? The red and black with the... Where is mine? Oh, I lost mine. With the dots. No, the tiniest baby one. I think with this game in general rule, start small. If small is working really well, and you're like, hey man, I'd like to catch more of those fish, but bigger, you can try the bigger versions. And then try to fine-tune your catch rate that you're satisfied with. But in general, this game hates big lures. It really just does not treat them with the love and respect they deserve. But same goes with hook sizes for bottom fishing. Start small. Work your way up. If you're catching a bunch of under the flag mark fish, but you're catching a lot of the species you want, jump up a size or two until you start catching, like, because to me, I'd rather catch some shitty small fish and a whole bunch of fish than rarely catch anything and only catch decent fish. Goofball, only 25 months. No, that's great, Goofball. If only I had like 1,000 more of you. I'd die out here on the river. We could have all the records. We could be the greatest fishing guild of all time. Really piss off the Russian fishing community. They've been at it for years, man. Just keep forgetting which route is there. Then you found a cat? For your sake, I hope it's not. That's another tip for players, and I think even some of my older players still don't really pay close enough attention to it. Big is not always better, especially when you get into wear and tear on your gear. There are some small species that are quite valuable experience and money-wise for their simplicity to catch. Yeah, fishing in your weight class is a big thing in this game. A lot of us spent far too much time in Oldberg trying to catch 19-pound carp on our 4.5 kilogram reels because it's exciting and fun, but boy is it inefficient. Yeah. On the river for my level, the average fish, I shouldn't say the average fish, but the fish vary from like 8K to 50K. So it becomes a lot smaller number when you're fishing. Each fish is a different experience. That's exactly what I'm getting at, Badman. I made 700,000 experience since 9 o'clock. And I have not been fishing hard these last few hours. I made like 600,000 of that from 9 to midnight. The highest level river is really good experience. I'd say the average experience you're getting is like 10, 11K with premium. So. The game's free, goofball. So, you were wrong from the start. When you said bye, you were wrong from there. Master of getting snagged on nothing. Trolling, Hellboat, or not? The nothing snags are the worst because you have to just reload the map most of the time. Explode a rod on it. Death Angel lives up to his name. A real gear destroyer. He's a real angel of death when it comes to fishing rods and reels. Yeah, the telly snags are the most dangerous thing in the world, dude. If you if you get snagged with a telly and right click, you're breaking. Though that means your line is too heavy for your rod, because your line should have broke before your rod. So again, I'm gonna throw a little fault at you, a tiny bit. You're taking a tiny bit of all the responsibility is on you. It's your fault. You did this. Anytime your line is heavier than your rod, you're gonna probably break your rod. The nice thing with those telly sticks and breaking your line is they only hold like 18 meters of line anyway, and a spool line's like 100 meters. They all hit. Are you rich? Am I gonna see you on my lottery dream home? It's crazy there's a TV show around that. That enough people are winning the lottery for them to make a TV show about people who win the lottery and buy a house. I realize there's like billions of us, and that's a lot. So doing 3 people an episode that win the lottery is really not that big of a number, Richard. But like, in my tiny brain that can't comprehend billions, it seems like a lot of people. reloading will unsnag you, and I don't use it for like genuine snags, but there are times where you get stuck behind a rock or behind something you can't see and you don't have the ability to right click free yourself. You can do that. You can also do it whenever you want. And a lot of these losers in here, I bet raptors, if you're about to get spooled, you can log out. But that's literally the most disgusting play of all time. And it's honestly should be a bannable guild offense. You hate that you know this now, don't you, Jasky? You're upset to know. Oh, or do you hate? No, you hate your catfish. Is it true, Rap? I don't know. I always get you and Noel. You and Noel are the same person in my mind, which is bad because one of you's actually good and the other one's not. I don't mean that, but I just thought it was funny to pit you two against each other. Anyway, you're the same person in my mind. Is it true that the rats and squirrels were once incredibly good? Because I'm really upset I missed the time where the rats and squirrels were really good. They had their times. I was looking at old patch notes, and I saw in the patch notes where they said doubled the effectiveness of rats and squirrels. And I was like, hell yeah. But then I was randomly scrolling through YouTube the other day, and some guy's like reading the patch notes. He's like, double the effectiveness of rats and squirrels. Doubling 0 is still 0, devs. And I was like, aw. I'd just come a lot lacquer. That's all that would do. Alright, I'm giving up on that lure over there. It's not doing it. I don't think a lot of people use them correctly. Really? In what way? They're weird because they don't have a walk the dog technique. Like a right-clicking walk the dog technique. Are you supposed to do the same 50 speed pauses? Because that seems just wrong, and I hate you if you say that I hate you. Cheese is okay for tench. The problem with cheese for tench is it sucks for most other fish, so waiting on a rare species with cheese out there can be quite slow. Taters for carp. That wasn't too bad, Jesse. That didn't take you an hour, I don't think. 12? Yeah. Was it on the same reel? Oh, you just repaired that one, actually. No, he isn't trying for cats. It's the real problem jigging has. It's a technique that bounces off the bottom, and for those that don't know, it bounces off the bottom, and it unfortunately can catch a lot of annoyingly big fish. think, yep. Saw that line slowly going down. Ultimate Fishing Simulator's on sale for $2. Seems like an appropriate priced game. That is like the most impressive thing about this game, the community they've maintained. Like it's not massive or anything, but it exists. Your circuit breaker tripped while you're reeling in a fish right before it spooled you? Good one. What happens if your internet goes out in this game? Does it instantly die? Probably, huh? I don't want to find out, Lord. I'd assume anything that happened would be rolled back. Sura, Jesse? Yeah. That sucks, though, because that means you're basically back to Corey, huh? And so you might go back once you save up for a bottom rod. I had fun on Sura bottom fishing. Luckily, Corey's changed, so at least you get that. Next is Ladoga. Yeah, you've been stuck fishing for a while. But you're spinning only, so you put yourself in your own little trap. I just don't think Volkov compares with Corey. Well, maybe I'm wrong. More reliable, more fun, yeah. Reliable's fun. I'm fucking wasting so much time going over here to see if Raptors is right about not being able to run back here. It sure looks like there's a path here. Because this is how paths work. There's not. He's right. The problem I have with Volkov is it's never an easy job. The trolling lines are always awkward. Even when the fish are biting well. It's a lot more fucking work. I had fun on Volk when I first unlocked it. I was really doing good with the salmon. It was fun. But Corey sets a really high standard for this game. Maybe too good of a standard for spin fishing, honestly. It's because all the other rivers up till here, you're stuck chasing fucking Xander, man. And Xander are a pain in the ass. There's no good, consistent way to catch them. I did good with Volga Xander back in the days of Dragon Wacky Worm, but I haven't tried it in a long time. Ladoga? Yeah, I love Ladoga, dude. Throwing Wacky Worms off the bridge at Ladoga, that was the best. Trying to get a rare trophy smelt. I still haven't gotten one. I'm not sure it exists. I'll keep looking, though. I haven't been able to find the smelt again. I don't know where they moved to. So I'm excited for Tommy and Jasky to get to Ladoga. They can help me track down the smelt. You'd think it's not that hard to explore a body of water, but man, it is. I spent like an hour on Ladoga yesterday looking around for fish. Smelts, specifically. I think they just killed my wacky worm technique. Is really the issue. No, because casting from the ground wasn't even catching him there. I almost got impaled by that asp. Like a sword fisherman. I think Jasky will like these rivers with the smaller fish. They're busy, man, and the small fish still have value. And we know Tommy will, because he's the master of all things small. Alright, I'm just going to lift up and drop all my rods. 74 gram 3-spine stickleback? That's a hog. I think my biggest is like 23 grams. Can you see your biggest of a fish? I don't think so unless it's a trophy, right? Yeah, you can. $25 grams on a bark beetle larva. It is a very small fish and very ugly. Still no sterlet's just not true. No Ukrainian lamprey, no three-toothed lamprey, no Siberian sterlet. None of the lampreys, I don't think. I do need to track down all the fish. I don't even know what's different about an albino. Well, I mean, I know it's albino, but I don't know if there's actually a different way to catch them or where they're even at. Yeah, I don't have any lampreys. I mean, I've come this far. We might as well go look. That sentence doesn't make any sense to me being. There's Tommy. How is poker? Are you rich? There's always fishing. Lost $20. I mean, well, you're not super broke, I guess. You got that going for you. Please don't catch a fish while I'm gone and steal my boat. Invisible wall! It's the invisible wall hit so early. Wow, really trapped. Oh no, I thought I fell in the water. Tunguska's amazing. Don't. Oh, wait. Yeah, Tunguska's amazing. You're that high level, Lacquer? How are you higher level than Jasky and Tommy? By 6 levels? You're only 3 levels behind me? You were doing a ton of bottom fishing AFK, weren't you? Or like while you did other things? I just like zoned out completely there for a minute thinking about life. Let's not do that. I was just driving my boat. Isn't that what fishing is for? No, dude, you focus on the fish. There's fish to be had. People go fishing to like relax in peace and all that. That's not me, man. I go fishing to catch hogs. Hog hunters. Hey man, there's a hog of every species. Sometimes it's not as big as the other species, but it's still a hog. This isn't a hog. I released that fish. I want him to grow bigger. Not a hog. Grow bigger. Oh, somebody caught a three-toothed lamprey. Are there lampreys on this river? There are. People catch them on huge minnows? They must be catching them on accident. Oh, the 420 roach. Classic. I fell steel. Thank you for the prime sub. It's not going great for me. It's this button, Richard. Oh, I guess that's not terrible. I haven't caught that lamprey. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, because I haven't. Or do you think you saw it on my list? Because all the lampreys I saw. Yeah, for some reason, I'm not sure what the dev's explanation is for why do people need to see what I ate. I just wacky worm like jig step, pretty much. Quick retrieve, long pause. Though somebody came in here and fucked up my jig step idea and said I was doing it wrong, and now I might cry to myself. On my list it wasn't grayed out? You're saying I have caught a lamprey? I'm not a complete lamprey loser? Wasn't it this one? Sturgeon. Eel. Loach. Starlet. Sturgeon. I'm feeling like a lamprey loser. That's 3 lampreys I haven't caught. 4 lampreys I haven't caught. 5 lampreys I haven't caught. I think I'm a lamprey loser. Mussels have cafe orders early that can be pretty okay. They're not terrible. Spit on that bread. Dude, I've thrown the huge minnows so many fucking times with no results. Those are all jig stepping lures, and I'm pretty sure they're just accidentally catching them. You see, what happens is a lure's working really good for one species of fish that's like super popular, and then that lure gets thrown 9 million times after that really popular species of fish, and it takes over the leaderboards for like 5 types of fish because other fish accidentally bite it. Yeah, but Corey also has the 2 different ones for lake trout. That's great. I so rarely do cafe orders that anytime there's like a cafe order I'm going to do on accident, I'm excited about it. It doesn't ever feel worth pursuing them over just fishing for something you know how to fish for. Can I loan you my bucket, Jasky? We could share a bait bucket? What's it called? Bucket? Nope. I can give you my binoculars. I can give you a glass bead. Yeah, see, I don't think any of the orders that are worth worth less than like a couple hundred silver are worth like chasing. If you get them on accident, cool. Dude, binoculars are tight, and everyone should invest in a pair. It's really nice to zoom in and see your fish coming. Fish coming small, you know. No, you're not going to try to hunt for a 12-kilogram pike, but you might hunt for 4 or 3-kilogram pike, and that'll be worth 150, 200 bucks. I don't know how much they are. They're probably hundreds of silver, Jasky. I think they were talking about getting rid of them because they added the bobber. I hope they're gone. I hope they're grandfathered. Only I can have them and other people who bought them, but we don't know those people. Somebody loaned them to me, though, because I was having trouble with bobber fishing. That's what they were for, so you could look at your bobber. Imagine those simpleton days. What happened to my fish? Think pink minnow's already dead? It is like the middle end of a week, eh? I haven't tried spoons on Corey again since going back, but spoons were always nice. I always ran like one spoon and did the same thing I do when I'm running a jig and just pause to retrieve. The like Arctic char and regular char and stuff, you gotta get down there to pick them up most of the time. Wow, there's just not fish. This has always been kind of a dead spot for me right through here. Picks back up between these two. Yeah, Corey had a cafe ore like that for a while where it was bigger than one that had ever been caught. Is topwater fucking? Yeah. Original minnow? Or whatever, original popper? Or are you doing something else? Using your cheater butt plug? I don't know. Nobody ever gives me butt plug. Don't give me a butt plug, chat. I'll make my own. Finely tuned for me. It's been hitting stuff for me here too. It's actually been my best lure here, weirdly. For how tiny it is, like a baby. Alright, we should have hit a fish by now, actually. 3, 2, 1. Whammo! Whammo! It's 40 fucking degrees here? Isn't that like insane hot? Like... I guess that's not that hot. It's like 100? It is that hot. Disgusting. Is it always that hot here and I just never noticed? Probably. Looks like it's gonna be that hot all week. Where the fuck are the fish, chat? What did you do with them? Thank you for putting one back on my line. Even if it is a babby. Oh, gross. Yeah, the fish come pre-cooked. That's also a thing that for a fishing sim isn't as important as they make it out to be. What's the water temperature? Which I was talking about earlier. The fact that temperature fluctuates so much day to day in real life would be pretty irrelevant, because what actually matters is how much did it affect the water temperature. don't know, the butt plugs are made of wood. Balsa wood, or light wood. Yeah, it wouldn't change drastically in one day. Especially not bodies of water like this. This is an insanely big river. Damn Mississippi. Yeah, and our lakes here, because they're so small, they just go up and down like crazy. We have both extremes of the world, really hot, and they freeze super fast. Like in the summer, swimming in my lake, it gets like mid-80s. It's genuinely warm. Some days it's too warm, like it's not even like relieving, you know? You go out on like a 100-degree day and you're like, I'm gonna jump in the lake and cool off, and you jump in the lake and you're like, eh. Kinda just still warm. Man, this topwater lure is so much better than that other. Get him, chat. Bully him. Ass pull. Into the ass pull. That is a really popular fish to chase after, those little clupionellas. You caught one today, Jasky. Where was that at? I see a lot of guys chasing them with ultralights and... That rod's doing weird shit. Was on donuts. I still don't think this is gonna compete with Sura at all. Which I guess it shouldn't. It's a lower level lake. I don't know. But it's different. Or not Sura. Yama. Dude, none of these... Can we just change the names of the lakes to things that are easy to remember? Like, fucking... That's Frank's Red Hot Lake. I don't know why it's a hot sauce, but... Donuts is easy to remember. Oh man. Oh man, we got rods bending all over the place. The old berg tomorrow? No. I'm not. I don't even know when it is. You just told me it's tomorrow. But I didn't know until then. Do you have to, like, qualify for it? Or is it just going to be like 9 million people on Oldberg? Being, I need you to be faster here with your updates. I've got so many questions. Oh, you're gonna make me read, huh? Oldberg tourney. 5,000 silver for first. 2 hours. Fish species that we will fish for are tench, bream, and roach. Yeah, no. Definitely not. I would have had to practice. I'd be reading your answers too. Yeah, but it's different because you're talking to me. This guy, chat. Who fishes for roach? Somebody in here was like going ham-bony fishing for trophy roach. Half your damn net is a roach. In my world, if you're catching a roach, it's because you're in the wrong spot. Roach are like filler fish, like perch. They're there because there's nothing else there. I feel like it's super rare to catch roach with other good fish. It's the game's like, hey man, we see you're trying to fish, but you're doing it wrong. Have a roach. Catch your first Taman? Aren't you low level? See, it's the being that I also get confused with Null Signal and Raptors, and he's the one that sucks. Now I remembered. You're all just lumped into little groups of people. None of you are individuals here. You're all just lumped together. You have similar personalities. Put them in a lump. No, Tommy, you're an individual. You don't get to be part of this. That's what being an individual means. You don't get to be part of this. If Twitch had more colors for names in chat, that would help too. Because like near miss, null signal, and raptors are all like some shade of orange. Maybe if I wasn't colorblind, it would help more too. No, you've been an individual for a long time. For some reason, I picked you out of the crowd, Brandland. I was like, that dude. I know you don't understand why I picked you out of the crowd, but remember I did. And then I was like, hey, come to my house and film Cobalt and I while we sleep, strange man that I picked out of a crowd of other people. But for some reason, you had your own individual personality. There's like 3 people Because we went to dinner together, right? I'm assuming. Were you at the dinner with the people? Is that how I met you? Anyway, I'm going to continue my story, assuming I'm correct. God, an active fishing guild requires a lot of shame typing. Anyway, I think we went to dinner together. Is that what I told you, Brandland? That sounds like bullshit. That was a different dick than today's dick. I used to be shady as fuck. And by shady, like, so the things that I say on stream about other streamers now, I used to just say, like, whisper them in, you know, behind closed doors. Or about companies, and now I'm just like, fuck it, dude. But did you go to, we did it, okay, and you, yeah, with, was it with Linkrai and his mom when we were doing the calendar planning? And, why can't I think, I can see his face, he's an adorable little boy. Fuck me. Cute little glasses, his cute little face. He's such a sweet little boy. Sweepers, thank you. You're the only 3 people from that dinner I remember. I don't know why, but you're the only 3 faces I can literally go, you were at that dinner, and the rest of the faces don't exist in my head. I could not tell you one other person that was at that dinner. And I hate myself for it. I feel so bad. Oh, is Duck there? Who the hell is Sweepers? Sweepers? He's in chat here and there. Not as much recently, but it's been a lot. It's quiet as hell, though. Used to be a real big tipper back in the days. And then I used his tip money to buy him dinner. Actually, I think Linkrai's mom ended up paying. Or we split it or something. I've had a couple of those dinners, too. I don't even remember the other ones. That one was only memorable because there was, like, calendar planning. Linkrai's mom was a very sweet lady. Truly a dream maker, yeah. It didn't sound like things were going great with her husband. Maybe I should get a hold of Linkrai and see if his mom's available for more calendars. You know? More personalized calendar, yeah. Whoa, you see that bite that? That actually looked kind of good. I'm not gonna lie. I wish that fish jumped in this game. If it had fish jumping, I'd sit here all day instead of most of my day. Oh. It's not actually big. I was just driving my boat. I gave up too early on that. just dropped my fucking anchor. Yeah, they need fish jumping. I'm not sure why they haven't prioritized it at all. It is super impressive for free sim, but it feels like one of the things that if I was making a fishing game, that would be on like my initial checklist of like must have fish, fishing poles, fish jump. It's right there, right? Maybe it's more of a bass. Like, I know other fish jump a lot, but maybe it's more of an image that's programmed into bass fishing. Like, every fishing show in America you watch will be at least 3 slow-mo clips of a bass jumping out of the water. There's a surprising amount of Russians that hang out here, even when I'm not fishing. In the lure fly tie part, you can make lures, but not very detailed. Is that a time of day thing? Yeah, I'm sure. Probably. Well, yeah. It's early morning over there, right? I guess it starts getting to be like regular morning. I'm determined to make a fishing game eventually. One started where you play as a bass, like the deer games. That's been done. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to crush your dreams. That was rude. Live your dreams, man. Yeah, it's like midday there. How many time zones are in Russia? Probably a few. It's pretty big. Everything's been done. That's true. And if anything, the success of recent clones and things like that should inspire people to not be afraid to do something that's been done. Just do it slightly better. That's all you gotta do. Russia? What'd you do, Jassy? Russia has 11 time zones? It's like 6 more than I would have guessed. I mean, I would play a noodling fishing game, for sure, but like, how the fuck would you progress in a noodling fishing game? What do you do? Get cybernetic hand upgrades? I'm not trying to ruin it for you. I'm just saying, like, where's the progress when all it takes to noodle is a absolutely dumb, underdeveloped brain and 2 hands? Oh, not enough hands on Corey? Yeah, Corey's big enough to get spooled now. Maybe there's a backstory. We're using noodling to pay for law school. I'll only accept noodling in a fishing game if it's the entry to fishing. Like you're trying to save up enough money to get a fishing pole so you can stop getting bit by beavers. Or saving up money to, like, finish getting your high school diploma. That's an honorable thing. How to make decent fishing line? I don't think that. I think this fishing line gets too much flack. The only thing that were you here when I played the Bassmaster game? Yeah, you're here. Because I really like the fishing line physics in that. This game doesn't have good fishing line physics as far as sinking and floating. And that's important more than collision. Like, who cares if the line goes through my chest? To be fair, that could be fixed in animation, too. Like, you could animate the character lifting it over your head. Yeah, that's just video game things, right? Like, it doesn't matter what game you play, there's gonna be some dumb physics thing where you can see inside your fucking mouth. It's frustrating to me that it's called Bassmaster and it has so much wrong and so much just horribly done. That's like not at all accurate to fishing. I know it's not a simulator, but when you're literally tied to the professional bass league, a multi-million-dollar professional bass league, and you get the second most popular lure in the world wrong, that's frustrating. And the most creative thing they could come up with a fish finder was like one of those generic $30 Walmart fish finders. It's like in this weird gray area of we're the best and of the best of the best when it comes to bass fishing, but we got everything wrong. The fish look really good. The jumping is amazing. I really love the line physics. Like, it adds a lot to the way lures move in the water. I actually really enjoyed the underwater camera in that game more than I usually do. Yeah, the fact that there were 5 retrieval speeds. 1 was normal. And then 2, 3, 4, and 5 were all sonic. They fixed that now. But like, those are just things that they didn't even have anyone play it that had ever fished the game. Or have ever fished in real life. And that's a fact. Because like, there's no way anyone who's ever fished didn't immediately adjust their reel speed. If you really want to make the greatest fishing game ever made, you're starting with the wrong thing. This is the problem. What you did was you went and you learned how to program. And you should have learned how to be an engineer. Because what we really need is the greatest fishing controller of all time. And until we have that, you can't make a great fishing game. Retrieval speed should be something you actually do. It should be done by you. Fishing techniques should be done with your hands, not with a button. And until we have that, already exists here 2.4, also doesn't work with like the majority of fishing sims that exist. That's why I said he wants to make a game, he needs to start with the controller. It doesn't even have to be the forced feedback, but it would be amazing to do all of your techniques without using shitty button commands that ruin the technique. If you truly want to make a sim, and you like really want to get, like if you want to be the iRacing of fishing, because like most of you here that game will have heard of Forza and not have heard of, or haven't, even if you've heard of it, you haven't played iRacing. But there's a lot of money in iRacing and a lot of a die-hard fan base. If you want to be the iRacing of fishing, you have to truly make it real. As real as you can. And the biggest thing holding these games back is the fact that they're still done with keyboards and controllers. Because you just can't get that feel of the techniques and the reeling. Yeah, there's been a lot of fishing controllers over the years. No doubt. It depends on where you're at in Russia, but sometimes Xerxes. It depends on the time of year. Remember, parts of Russia are like above the Arctic Circle and shit, so they can have weird 3-hour days. Luckily, they didn't do that in this game because night fishing sucks. There's places in Russia where it's fucking dark 16 hours a day at times of the year. But it also is different based on the map you're on. Like, is it light where you're at? I think there are some maps where the sun is actually considered up at 4 a.m. and some where it's not. I'm pretty sure that's true. Is it night where anyone is, or day where anyone is right now? Sun's coming up. Yeah, I can see it here. Coming up, but it's still, also can still see stars. It's day at Tunguska. I thought that there was a place where it got light really early. It's up at Quarry. Yeah, Quarry too. Yeah. Does the line snap on the ideal fishing? I mean, it wouldn't even necessarily have to have a line. I just think being able to control reel speed and fishing techniques would be a huge gift from controller. Obviously, I'd love a force feedback. iRacing is really... Reel is broken. Is really the game that made me wish for, you know, a fishing sim. I could sit here all winter and fake fish. It's in your city? Have you thought about becoming a burglar? Oh, dude, the depth of the builds in iRacing is insane, Jasky. Like, my dad did a lot of circle track racing, and showing him how in depth it was, he was truly shook. But you know, you got NASCAR guys practicing on there and stuff. You'll consider it for me? Thank you. If you get into burgling, burgle me a controller. Burgle. That would be awesome too. We've talked about that before. If it was just like a rod. If you just had a shortened rod blank that you could just stick in any reel. But the problem would be, how would you recognize the reeling? But yeah, dude. I just have like a, you know, sorry to Dumpster Gravy is here. I just have like a shitty Logitech setup, and even that, man, like, it's a very good experience, you know. Without even getting into the car, like we had one of those at Nerd Fusion for a while. One of those little actual rigs with a car that sways back and forth and stuff that's like 20 grand. And like, yeah, that adds an extra level with curved monitors and side view monitors and stuff like that. Like, yeah, that adds another level, but I would be happy to see fishing sims get the step up of force feedback steering wheels. I think the side monitors is really good, actually. It's probably my favorite. If I was going to add something to my iRacing setup, it would be a place to sit with side windows. Mainly because it adds a feature that you can't have in the game, really. Yeah, one of my viewers is, I don't know if they're here right now, but they're a pretty serious iRacer. Yeah, being able to just turn your head to see out your windows without having to push a button and lose view of something else, right? Like, we have peripheral vision that games haven't been able to really replicate. I can look out my side window and still, like, see if something, you know, I can't see clearly what's over here, but if something were to appear in front of me, like a guy slamming on his brakes, I would know it was there. Where in a video game, when you turn your head, you just don't get to see what's in front of you anymore. That's true, the VR definitely replaces some of that. Yeah, I mean, they had the technology to do some really cool fishing games, but unfortunately it's Nintendo. Weirdly, I don't think I ever had a fishing game for Switch I was not thinking Switch, I was thinking Wii or Wii U. They probably had a decent one, but I just didn't play. Because dumb. The last thing on earth I need, though, is to be fucking casting at my computer, too, dude. My poor arms and wrists are so weak and bad from all this gaming and fishing. Yeah, the game would need to be supported somehow. I really do think it would be a cool feature to have as an option, right? But it'd have to be in a way that isn't going to make the game $300, too. Though, guys do put that into iRacing. And a lot more than that. But there are entry-level wheels and stuff to get people in the door, foot in the door before they go and invest. I'm really shocked there haven't been more attempts at saltwater, too. There's so many species to get into then. Not even like a good attempt at like bay fishing and stuff. Even more niche than racing. Yeah, NASCAR's bigger than pro bass fishing, for sure. But I mean, iRacing is very NASCAR. It was very NASCAR oriented. I think they finally started to do more turns. So is NASCAR, though. can't make the always go left joke with NASCAR anymore. They turn all the time now. Yeah, they have a big one now. I know, Jesse. I guess they've had it for a while. It's been a few years at least. Isn't there another game that's still slightly more... Another racing sim that's slightly more popular than iRacing, though, for F1 stuff? Yeah, that is the big issue with iRacing. You have to get your safety ratings high enough to be able to race in much. And it's like super... It's amazing to me how much of a following that game has, considering how you have to play that game. It's not really a game is the thing, though. It's a sim. It's an incredibly over-the-top serious sim. But, like, basically you have to play super safe and lose a lot of races and build up your safety rating, or they will ban you from the game. But if you fucking Mario Kart and turn around and drive backwards because you're mad, they will ban you from the game. And even worse than that, if you just, like, are an incredibly aggressive driver who's constantly wiping people out in the corners, you won't build up any safety rating, and you'll get stuck in incredibly low series circle track racing forever. Yeah, I played quite a bit of iRacing. Enough to, like, realize I'm never going to take this serious enough. When I started getting, like, safety rating hits for just trying to drive, you know, trying to win. You just really can't even... That's more what I was trying to say. You can't even try to win until you've played hundreds of hours of iRacing. And it's not because you can't afford it. There isn't really like a progression system in iRacing like that. It's because you will get in trouble. I don't think it's just hard to be considerate, Card Major, because it's really hard to understand a lot of people's take in that game, right? Like, if you're coming into iRacing just thinking, oh my god, an incredibly realistic racing game, I want to play that. Like, I don't think that's inconsiderate of you to go in there and then, like, you know, wipe people out in the corners trying to go for the best lap time. I think that's you want to play a racing game. But the rest of the people on the track are thinking, I am trying to pretend this isn't a game and this is real life, and nobody would have driven like that because they had a $20,000 car on the line. And I think that is the big issue with iRacing, is explaining to the players, this isn't a game. You need to be role playing that you own that fucking car. Because even small-time hillbilly circle track racing, people don't realize that, like, entry-level small-time circle track racing is still $10,000+ to get into a car that doesn't run on that runs on an actual automobile engine. Unless you're going to get into go-karts or things that use motorcycle engines, you're at least 10 grand. Yeah, you have to actually role play as if you're putting people's lives in danger and stuff like that, which is pretty counterintuitive to every racing game that exists on the planet. Like, look at the popularity of Forza, where you can ram into a tree at 230 miles an hour and then just back up. And people do die over that shit. I mean, Tony Stewart killed a dude over that shit, right? You race like an asshole, people literally die over it. That was our the meme of heated Thanksgiving debates. Our heated Thanksgiving debate this year, 10 years later, was did Tony Stewart kill that guy or did that guy get himself killed? That was our heated Thanksgiving debate this year. If you're unaware, Tony Stewart is a very famous NASCAR driver who also would moonlight as a dirt track racer for fun. In a dirt track race, he wiped somebody out, and the dude was pissed. He was driving like an asshole, and the dude was pissed about it, so he got out of his car and ran at Tony Stewart on the track, and Tony Stewart ran him over. And killed him. The guy did move in his direction, yes. He did take many steps in Tony Stewart's direction. You lost a fish, Jessica. Yeah, it's a lot different, but that's what I'm saying. Like, these guys, their life is on the line, and their cars are on their line, and people get, it's incredibly passionate sport. Like, our local tracks, there's a fist fight regularly, and people jumping out of cars and doing stupid ass shit that could get them killed, because it isn't just, it's not just go out there and drive as fast as you can, man. Like, you know, some dudes have their entire life savings invested into the sport. The video shows, I agree. I'm with you. I think Tony killed the man with the sense that he didn't attempt to you know, he didn't attempt to de-escalate, and instead he escalated the situation. That doesn't mean the guy wasn't an idiot. The guy was definitely an idiot, but Tony, being a long-time racing veteran, knew better than to just keep driving, and worse off to attempt to maneuver around him via, his argument was he was attempting to maneuver via acceleration. Which is a real thing in sprint cars on dirt. You can kick the car sideways. So he just floored him? No, he like tried to goose it to get around him and ran him over. He was going to run him over probably anyway, just because of the position the guy walked out into on the track. The part you can't take into consideration is when did Tony see the guy? And I think that's kind of why he got away with it. Is when was Tony aware there was a man in front of his car? And did he have enough time to react after he saw him? It's a debatable thing for sure. The guy was definitely an idiot. Like, he was out of the car for a long time. A lot of cars drove by him. It was incredibly dangerous what he did, and absolutely against the rules of the track. There's no way that track allowed him to get out of, like, that was definitely against the rules to get out of that car while still under a caution. Right? But yeah, he's like again, real big deal, you know? He's a real big time racer, not just some sort of pro. Tony Stewart is like a top 10 NASCAR driver. If you name him at a NASCAR track, everyone's going to know who he is. What track was that, Briar? It wasn't that far, I don't think, from here either. He used to race at our dirt track, too. He loves dirt track. Dirt track is super fun, man. Just awesome to go to. Minus the dirt you get in your everything. If you think the beach is bad, go to a dirt track race. World of Outlaws a few times? Yeah. That's a good show. And I've been going to World of Outlaws so long that, like, when the whole drifting thing got popularized, it was very weird to me because I was like, yeah, dude, that's like what the hillbillies do on the dirt. Because they never go straight. You know, they drive in a constant drift. The crazy part is the dirt actually, like, gets coated so much with rubber that by the end of the night it feels like asphalt. Like in the corners, anyway. They actually manage to compact simultaneously, because, like, when they start the night, the track is graded and wet down and loose dirt. And as the night progresses on, they simultaneously compact the dirt and lay a coat of rubber around the curves. Is that the name of the track? I'm assuming it's Canadian. Oh, yeah. That's right. It was Canadian. Because I'm pretty sure Canada said if he comes back, they're going to try him as a separate trial. Oh, is it Fingers Lake, New York? Not Canada? I thought I'd heard that if Canada was talking about trying him separately. Maybe he killed a Canadian. Boat rental's wearing out. Sorry, I don't want to see how much money I've made. I don't know, it's been so long ago now. I'm not a giant NASCAR fan. I respect it, though. I think it gets a lot more shit than it deserves. Because it looks dumb on the surface. But 200 mile an hour is a lot more than anyone recognizes, I think. It's different, for sure. I haven't watched a lot of F1, but I know that a lot more Americans getting into it. I see lots of people on my Twitter feed talking about it. I've been tempted. The playoff thing they do, yeah. The points race and then the playoffs. There's so many, like, individual title shits that go on with that. I get so confused when my dad used to talk to me about it growing up. Like, so wait, who's the winner? Well, he won this track, which puts him in the point lead, but he still has to win this race to keep the lead. And then, like, they make a big deal if you just win the Daytona 500. Like, that's its own special title. There's like 19 Stanley Cups in NASCAR. The first title fight in 5 years, yeah. It is hockey. My reference was some sports just have like one real award that anyone cares about, and NASCAR has like 18. How big is an F1 pack, Jasky? How many cars are out there? I think that is also part of NASCAR's dumbness and confusion. Is like, I think they can have like a stupid amount of cars in NASCAR. It was cut down from 43 to 40. It's a lot of cars. And like only half of them end up finishing. And it's an incredibly small track in comparison. Because like how big's the F1 tracks? I mean, they varied significantly, but... I went to my first NASCAR race not that long ago. Took my dad for his birthday, and I was truly shocked. I'm used to like normal smaller circle track racing where the cars go by, it's loud, and then they drive to the other side of the track and you get a little break, and that happens over and over and over. At NASCAR, within like 3 laps, the entire track has a car on it, and it is just loud. For like 4 hours. It's just fucking loud. Three to 5 kilometers, yeah. A figure not 9? Okay, I was gonna say, what's that? Where you just die at the end? Or like a weird circle track where you start from the tail and then with school bus. Yeah, we do the school bus races. Our local asphalt track tries to set they have had over and over and over the land speed record for whatever size they are, like 5/8 of a mile. And they do this weird thing where they build these giant billboards on the side of their car for downforce. And they get so much downforce that they can only complete like 2 laps before their tires explode. But they end up doing like 180 miles an hour in 5/8 of a mile or something like that in 2 laps. It's very funny to watch. But they try every year to break their own records. Just so they can advertise the fastest 5/8 of a mile speed record for the size of the track, which 5/8 is pretty common, relatively speaking. Or is it? Wait, it's 3/8 of a mile, half mile, and then I think it is 5/8. Maybe they're 3/8 of a mile. I never remember. I'm sure it'll be right on their front page of their website. The fastest. Don't you play sounds. It's not anymore. It used to be there. Maybe they're not the fastest anymore. It is. Oh, it's 3/8 of a mile. Smaller than I thought. That's the super common size, 3/8 of a mile. And what is it? Yeah, so to do a 3/8 of a mile oval at 142 miles an hour. It's very fast for a very small circle. Oval. Well, that wasn't terrible money. It wasn't great, though. It was $3.50 an hour. Yeah, that's just not as good, man. Damn it. Not even close. I did fuck off for a little bit. House cash yet? No way. But I am gaining on super cool ultralight money. Is it time for a quarry tournament? A classic quarry tournament? Dutch feast. Look at those blue tag pike. Well, Being, that's on you, man. You keep, you keep blaming the game, but I'm just saying. I'm showing you it's doable. Sturgeon fishing? Not yet. I'm gonna roll on this barrel. With my clown feet. Why are his shoes so round? Man has true clown feet. Still have patience to get the gear. You gotta distract yourself. You gotta find that's why I like the dumb little fishing tournaments. See if anyone wants to do one on Corey. I'm gonna go there. Because it distracts me long enough to just grind some fishing. Without getting distracted by, ooh, maybe I should level Russian pancakes. I kind of liked the competitions where we did the maximum weight of 3. Ooh, a maximum number of species could be fun. I like it. I feel like that's kind of an any man's game. How does that work? I assume whoever catches the most types of fish wins. You don't know if that's... I don't know. You don't know if that's a good one on Corey, though? It's fine. Is the password. Why did I make it so complicated? It's fine. I think I didn't make it long enough. So let's take a quick gander at the species. You think there's not that many on Corey, you're just not trying for them. You got all the trolling fish. We'll target those first. Common minnows. I didn't even know those were on this lake. Common carp. roach, crucians, frogs, gibbles. Cory whitefish are new. Pea-leads? Who peas lead? Perch, pike, ruffies. I mean, there's a lot of species there to target. I did set it for 24 hours. This is an hour of mayhem. Mayhem! I better set my shit up. Do you have enough time? Yeah, definitely. I mean, you just gotta prioritize, right? That's an hour. We have an hour. It's fine with a capital I and F. I have to pee. I mean, a frog could be the difference maker. An hour's a long time. This will be interesting. What if we just catch them all? There's only 2 fish here that I'm worried about catching. 3 if you count frogs, because I just think frogs are tough. It's set to 6 people max. Oh shit, sorry. If we reset it, I lose my 25 silver, so I'm not resetting it. I didn't expect to have 6 people. Our tournaments have just been Tommy and... What an ass. What the fuck? I gotta throw my money away to do something nice for people, or I'm an asshole? How many people do we have? How many want in? Is it enough to justify it? How many didn't get in that want in? This is only 5. It's not even full. What are we bitching about? It's not even full. Someone left? Well, how many want in? Talk to me. Nobody's telling me how many want in here. We got 1 who left. Noel's in. Rosewood could get back in. Wizard, you want in? Are you even on? No, I know Rosewood left. I'm aware. I got that. Let's just worry about... Let me ask the questions. Okay, so the only person that might have wanted in was Rosewood and Wizard. Yeah, I'm not resetting over one. Sorry, I'm a dick. For one person extra, I'll be a dick. Thank you, Rosewood, for giving your spot up. Wish I had cheese. Ooh, it's almost nighttime. We're gonna need that. Are we ready? Here we go. Did I just fuck this up? It's fine. I'll be fine. I need to know how many dumb trolling fish there are. What if we have the rules just completely wrong? It's a number there. It's gotta be it. Chad, I need you to make a list here for me so I don't gotta keep checking. I think I got a pretty good idea of what I'm after, what I'm gonna target first. Jasky off to the strong lead with 1. Wait, why isn't it updated? Uh-oh. Do we not know how this works? He's got 2! He's killing it. No, it's never turned them in. That's never it. There's no place to turn them in. But frequently suggested answer when the scorecard's not updating. It's usually just, it takes a second, and I'm impatient. Yep. Jasky and I tied for 2. Ooh, Arctic Char's a good one. It's a good start. Rainbow Trout was a really good start for Jasky, too. I got the 2 most common fish out here. Oh, you got a fish too? There is not brown. Yeah, it's just gonna happen if you're trolling. Perch too. There's so many of them. Cory Char is another good start. Cory 7 and Arctic are all equally, who knows. Well, that's a random pike. The whitefish, I don't know how many of us even know how to get it. I have a pretty good idea where it is, just never fished one up. Brown trouts are on Cory? They weren't on the fish list when I looked. Maybe I'm wrong. Dude, I've got to change these numbers around or I'm going to be struggling all game. Alright, I'm a lake trout man. I'm part lake trout. Little known fact. I just threw that popper in front of my boat picking it up. It's stuck on my boat now. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, let's fix this. Oh my god, it set it in the rod holder. You cocksucker. Pap, same as 61 months. I'm actually going to get out of my boat here soon and set up for chasing burbot. Common minnow? Yeah, I know how to get that one, I'm pretty sure. Noel started with the bottom fishing, which was probably smart considering we don't have a ton of daylight left. Or maybe bobber. Same shit to me. Yeah, same shit to me. Ooh, Jassy's got a couple of the rarer ones. Yeah, 7's gonna be a random little bitch. I lost my spiker and I'm pretty upset about that. Should have bought a new one before this started. Tommy, you're fishless? Yeah, it's going to be a tight one. It's going to come down to those special species. This is going to be a hard-fought battle. With a very likely tie, I think. Or ties throughout the board. Maybe not a tie for first, but ties throughout the board. Oh no, a hog! Pike will be helpful. They're pretty easy to get. They're on my not worried about it list. My worried about it list is common carp. No idea. Never caught one here. Might be easier now. Lake's gotten bigger. The new whitefish. Char. Just because they're fucking hit or miss for me. And apparently there's a brown trout. That one scares me because I've never seen one, I don't think, out here. Though, I feel like I know how to catch them. Like, I'm getting the ones I'm expecting. I know where to get them. I know where brown trout normally are, anyway. And for the most part, that has worked for me in the past. Little baby pike, doo-doo. Alright, time to get off the boat. Assemble, huh? Assemble! Okay. It might just be that. I'm still not sure. Denied? Nice. Oops. Alright, I don't know if we can hit. I don't know. I haven't fished this since it's changed. No idea how far that is. Looks pretty far. That's unnecessary, Richard, but it's comforting. Okay. I maybe should have gone to where I'm more familiar and thrown here, but fingers crossed I don't regret this. I don't like this one. Ah, this part's the hard part. The wait. It's the hardest part, you know? Those are the routes we want to go. Thunderstorm. Make it interesting, boys. These temperatures, it shouldn't be hard to get a burbot. Char is my bigger hope that I luck into one of those chasing a burbot, but you knew it'd be burbot first. What? second. Got a little species lead. Tommy, no! What's happening? How is that possible? He really crumbled under pressure here, chat. Tommy, you sure you got your lure in the water? Are you fishing on land again? How many did Tommy have? You know. That jingled, right? I think it did. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tommy, on the board, baby. Oh, shit. Actually, I need to swap at least one of these. I forgot. There's another species. I guess I could wait. I got the burbot, though, so I don't really care about temperatures anymore. So let's go for better chances than long shots, I think. It is all on worm, huh? Okay. But where's this dumb whitefish? Diving beetles and mayflies. Swear I heard a bell. Oh yeah, you're fish on. Alright, that's rough territory. Easy frog? It's 5 degrees is not an easy frog. 5 degrees is an impossible frog, I believe. This is a really test your fishing knowledge game. I've never caught a frog when it's super cold, and it makes sense. It's fucking wet, boys. The fish gods are mad at us. I mean, I'm brave in picking those up. It's roughs again, though. They're gonna be along here somewhere. I know they are. It is some weather. Some cold-ass weather. Oh. That's It's not very far or really where I want it, is it? I don't think that's deep enough. You don't even need night for Burbot. We still have the temps. The rain is helping with the temps. It's really giving Burbot an easy chance. That's why I was kind of sad it was my first one, because I feel like it's going to be the easiest one with the weather. I caught 2 pike on accident already, damn it. Did I never tighten this line? I guess not. That's shitty. Years on, chat. We got rods all over the place. How much time we got left? Oh, forever time. I didn't hear where that bell came from. That's an exciting one to be going. Yeah, 3's the max. Binocular cheats? That one is going over here too. That one didn't actually go. Might be something small on there. This has something small. Damn it, I can't get out of these roughs. I want a minnow. They like similar territory. Shh, I'm giving them tips. Oh, there is something on this. It just wasn't moving. Ooh, Jassy got his bream. I'm jealous. Ooh, my roach. Hell yeah. And it's a flag. There's no way you're already getting a bite. I think my other bell's going off. Oh, I could also leave a rod out and troll the old classic. Used to do that on the island. Thought I heard this thing jingle very faintly. Just turned my headphones up. We're getting serious. I hear the other one jingling too. Oh, a double eyeds. Nice random one off the list. Oh, he's not on here. Oh, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Don't fail me now. What is that? I don't know. Is that a tiny-ass roach? Oh, it's a Vendace. It is fun. I like it. Could be a lot of fun on other lakes, too. You've gone slack. That's a fish. Used to be. That's a fish. Give me that damn bream. The breams worry me. I've always struggled with breams out here, and they seem like they should be so easy. I don't know what that is. I can't. Is that a rough? God damn, I can't stop catching roughs. Every lake has a ton of species. I think I'm falling off here. I'm going to have to get back to trolling here soon. I might leave a rod dangling. I don't jig, is the thing. Hate it. Don't care about it. Won't do it. I'm missing a lot of spin ones. You're crazy. 7, Arctic, Corey. The fuck? Is there even anything on the end of that line? No. Okay. Really? Bugs would piss off? I may have hook issues. And the ground is really good here. They did a much better job with the ground. As rough terrain as it is, you can easily walk over it and tell. It's just got to be somewhere else. Oh, I mean, this is the perfect minnow spot if I've ever seen one. Good timing. Jesse's throwing ground bait. What kind of a crazy tactic is this? I hear it helps you catch more fish. Is that another fucking Vendace? Yeah. That line's all slack again. Looks less slack when I come over by it. Tommy with a big bream. I think I may have officially moved these poles too far apart. You look incredibly tight, sir. Do you have a fish on you? I was doing that backwards and I just realized it. I did it again. Weird, why wasn't that big stepping for me? I have no idea what's popular out here right now. Mayflies work really well out here, by the way, if you just want to bottom fish for some reason. They just catch a lot of junk. I didn't realize they were working so well. I'd used them in the past. It's a junk. Wait, this isn't a fish? Are you fucking kidding me? How does this keep happening to me? Pulled enough to make that line go slack and then just wasn't there. Hey, Finchley, how you been? I wonder if it's the size of that hook that's doing it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, they are there. There's a fish I was looking for specifically and just forgot this one. It is minnows, I thought so. Hey, Profane. They are biting alright. We're in a weird tournament now to see who can catch the most species of fish. I think I'm near the top still, yeah, tied. I got some easy ones left, so hopefully that'll help us. But I got some I don't know how to get to, so... Yeah, I'm gonna give up on bottom fishing for now. At least move to a different spot, because this has a fish on it. It still has a fish on it? That's gotta be a tiny rough, huh? Fucking roughs, dude. And a common roach. The old, your line sat long enough, here's a prize. Try from the other side, I think, with bottom fishing. Though I really was expecting one there. Excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me. I'm running into shore here. Gotta fix my rods again. Thanks, Awful. Oh, I saw that fish coming. It was a perch, I think, though. We don't need that. He came from so far away, I can't believe that. Let me actually go deposit a bottom rod over there. Eight minutes? It's not how time works. shit. It got stuck? Oh yeah, that sucks. Please don't fuck around with me. Threw that fucker way too far. I'm really upset I didn't get a common minnow. I had a lot of faith in my common minnow, and then just caught a ton of roughs. Anyone chasing frog? I really don't think this weather is frog inducive. Oh god, the eagle. I said inducive instead of conducive, but let's not talk about that. Arctic char, there's another one. I don't have a lot of faith in RNGing into a Cory. I think I'll get one of the three, but I don't think I'll get all of them. Oh, that's good news, Tommy. You will. They're guaranteed. It's a can't miss fish. I haven't hit Cory or 7 or Rainbow yet. That scares me. I would never curse my friend Tommy. Fucking eagle, dude. Jasky and I tied for versus apparently the standings. I'm gonna try one of these. I hope I don't regret it. Fuck you, game. Guess I'm just chasing those trout. I don't have another one that I think is any more consistent than sitting out there chucking a jig forever and praying. And I just don't know where they're hanging out. I went the wrong direction. I never liked this direction as much as the other way. I found an Arctic char. I need the Cory and the 7. Another lake trout for you, Tommy. Another lake trout for you, Tommy. Can't stop catching lake trout. Rainbow's a pain for, I think, because where I normally catch them is just Vendée City, and I don't have the time to. Oh, that was a perch or something. I think it was too small to be one of the ones I need. Speak of the Vendées. Pull out the oh shit. So the rods are too weak. This could be a Cory. It's a pretty strong fish. The rods are too thick to cast the tiny lures, so I'm pulling extra line out. Ooh, that's a big pike? What the fuck? I don't know that spoon actually let out any line. I'm kind of worried it didn't. Nah, even worse, they're bobbermen. Oh no, there's plenty of line out of that. But I agree, same difference. Another pike? What I don't understand is why I can't reel. Excuse me, game. Oh no, it's a 7. That's huge. Not only did I have enough line out for this spoon, I had an absurd amount of line out for this spoon to get a fucking perch on it. I think I need to switch to bottom or I'm setting myself up to get beat in the final hour. Because I'm only after Corey and Rainbow. Crucian, Gibble, Common Carp are all pretty similar. You'd like to think you could snag one of them. That's a grayling. Yeah, I think we make one last stab at the bottom. I really have no great ideas for where to look for these commons and stuff, but some shitty ideas. Minnow's still on there too. You have a fish. An Arctic char. You have a fish. Be a rainbow trout. That's a grayling. I have no idea, but you know what? I like the dream I'm living here. a common roach. He's got it. Oh my god, you can see him eat it. How cool. Oh, I didn't put out my third rod. I got distracted watching fish swim. Real fisherman. Thought I heard one of these jingle right as I opened my menu. It's another roach. Huh, that's actually cool to watch. Never gotten to see it before. Tommy, you did it. That looks like a gibble. No, is that another roach? That's a gibble, I think. I think he's actually hooked. Yeah, he's hooked. That's so cool. We're trying to catch as many species as we can. I didn't realize we were out of time. I'll take a tie. I'll take it. That was a close competition, though, man. One separated the top four. Dude, bottom fishing on Corey is so cool. Look at him. You can actually see how it makes the bell jingle. Like, actually, I mean, I figured this was going on. It looks like shit with the line jumping, but nope, he's got it. See him? He's got it. I'm on a random island with some grass next to it. Found a gibble, Jasky. I was gonna go up to just the big weedy shoreline, and then I was like, look, that island has some grass. I'll stop there. No more like. Another gibble. I could not get a bream. What bait did you use? Oh, he gave up. That's interesting too, to see them quit. Worm, yeah. Worm's is a good choice, honestly, when you're chasing a shitload of species. I'm surprised I did that well since I didn't get Cory or Rainbow. Yeah, I've never bottom fished here except for Burbot. GG. Anyone down for another one? Is that what it was? You don't think it was ever warm enough for the char? I don't think it was warm enough for frogs. And the only one bobber fishing was Noel. I think, that I know of. You gotta go to bed, Noel. Don't limit at 6. We won't have 6 anyway. I mean, Oldberg feels right. Winding Rivulet actually would be a pretty good one. Because those are difficult. Mosquito doesn't have enough. Oldberg has so fucking many. Well, does it really, though? Not really. Mosquito got more, actually, now. I'm going to go to Mosquito and look. It got more species, and I haven't fished it. I should have checked to see if there were any cafe orders or anything. Mosquito Lake, bleak, bream, catfish, Chinese sleeper, chub, carp, roach, crucian, frog, ibble, golden tench. Yeah, there's not a ton. There's a few, though. The mirror carp. Not loving it. I think Mosquito has more. Is it easy to get info and understand why I spend a lot of time on Google? There's some complicated stuff. I wouldn't lie to you. We have our little group here that helps each other out. Lots of these people, I don't think many of the people that play this game in my chat fish in real life. But there is some stuff to figure out for sure. There's definitely more fish on Rivulet. Yeah, Rivulet sounds like a good one. There's quite a few, and a variety of ways to go about it. Boy, I'm like freaking out just thinking about how I'm going to accomplish this one. Alright, I'm going to set one up. Hopefully people will join us. It's free. It's free to play. The only thing, it's the best sim for sure. The only thing if you're American is it's Russian fishing, so you got to get used to some European techniques and species and stuff. And there's no bass fishing. No bass fishing? Why would I even play? I know. I hear you. I'm with you. I mean, I'm really not sure where I'd start here. Jasky's here. Is it just Jasky? I mean, I'll 1v1 you to death, Jasky. Oh, not you, Morlack. You're a powerhouse. Hackermans. I wish I had more reels. Are you gonna tell me, Morlack, that if in a tournament to fish all species against a bunch of people who've never targeted all species, you're not gonna guaranteed win? Because I feel like you're gonna. I feel like you know how to fish for every single species on Winding Rivulet. Don't lie to me. And there are some here I have no clue. Are you not coming, Lecker? Tommy? You know about 6'7", you liar. Tommy has a big one, oh. Somebody should turn that speaker down there. I will trust your score. That is a big one, Tommy. I said I will trust your score. Lackert's like, make it more than 6 people, and then he didn't even show. You hate winding? It's not about winding. Plus, have you been to new winding? I think this is the winding you originally played on. It's about chasing species, alright? You're gonna wimp out over 25 bucks and a chance to beat Tommy? Like that's free. Priceless, that's the word. Hurry up, Tommy. I think I'm gonna start here. There's stupid tench out here. I hate tench. The password is rich with a capital R. Jesse left my tournament. He's abandoned me too. Do I really have to fish next to the cricket speaker? Thank you. Thank you. Good joke. Oh, if you find the speaker, it runs away. Just like in real life, you fucking cricket, then you walk away and it's back instantly. The password is rich with a capital R. Use cricket as bait. I don't think I can dig up crickets yet. Alright, I guess this is everybody. Cowards. Thank you for clicking the button. But yeah, if you want to try it, it's free, and you can join our little fishing guild. When you enter, search the chat for Richard Hammer. The chat's have for Richard Hammer, and the password to join us is Rich Ham. Yeah, ready. We didn't start yet, but waiting on Tommy, as usual. I don't know the species here well enough. Ass, bleak, roach, crucian. There's common carp too. Donuts rough. I don't know how to catch those. Gudgeon. Hunt mussels again. It's time for you to ready, Tommy. Go! I wonder if that rod is still... locked. Oh my god. It was such an abrupt silence. Alright, it's back. I don't pay attention to those qualifications. I don't know what they are. It's real fucking noisy over here. First fish, baby. Leading the pack. Can't wait for the fucking sun to come up. Hey, when you have the lead, you brag about it, okay? Remember this time where I was owning my competition. Oh my god, that's loud. Owning the competition. The man's using a bobber? He's a lunatic. You can see the most impatient bobber fishing. Or bottom rod fishing. I crossed my rods. Oh my god, I'm just gonna go stand over here in the corner. Wait for bells. Oh, you don't, Asky? I see. Want some dung beetles? That's fish on, baby. Alright, I found the gibbles. Oh wait, yeah, this rod's locked, so it can't cast that far. Come on, baby. There you go. Alright, I found the gibbles. I'm on what, 3 species though? Only 2. Just Gibble and Chinese Sleeper, huh? It's about time to put the bottom rods away though and get spinning. That thing just went slack. Weird. Why? This is an ultralight rod, so there's like fish out here that could absolutely just run this thing away. That sudden and abrupt sound change. Something on here has a tiny bit of weight to it. It's a fucking gibble? Get out of here with the damn gibbles. It's a gibble paradise. I do have like a gibble feed on here. What the fuck is crab carp? I don't know what I'm supposed to catch with crab carp. Crabs or carp? It's another fucking gibble, isn't it? Alright, I hear ya. It sure sounded like they're out there, but I don't have any faith. All of them might have always come from, like, right in here. Is my bobber gone? It is. It is. It is. I don't know. I'm just going to hold this thing to the moon. Excuse me? Lift it back. Excuse me? What's the button to lift the fucking telly stick? I don't remember. He's done it. You better not be a fucking gibble carp. It's a gibble carp. It's all that's out here. I don't know where else I'd look for fucking the other carp species. Didn't one of those jingle when I ran away? It's jingling. My frog's bigger. The old perch. You don't have flies? You can do it bloodworms or regular worms. Common carpet, 600 grams. That feels like a lucky get. I think it might be time to get out of the carp hole. We missed Crucian, but that's okay. Common carp's been unwinding for like ever. They're just super rare because you have that tiny little pond full of crucians and gibbles. Instafish. wet over here. I don't like it. Xander's going to be one I probably don't even target. Oh my god, what's with the incredibly loud creatures? Oh, I turned my headphones way up. It's probably not as bad for you, huh? Forgot I did that. Did that to hear bells from really far away. I don't remember what I was catching those on over here. Guess we'll try that. Ah. A chub. Good morning. Supposed to be catching chubs on my bottom rods. Oh, it floated down behind the island. That thing's only 13 fucking grams. It's fine, it'll probably cast far enough. Yeah, I'd say so. Landed on the ground over there. Wasn't you? I think it was you, and then you got drug into the weeds. Hey, you're way the fuck up in there. That, whatever that was, like, took you on shore. Actually, there's just a better place for all of this. This heated competition. Oh, I'm dominating. Gotta stay on it though. Stay strong. Don't give them an inch. How many you at, Morlack? We still got a couple easy ones. Or Aspen Pike. Not really. Kind of, but not like swinging it around on land. It gets stuck on shit reeling through the water. But like casting, you're never gonna get snagged on a tree behind you or anything like that, like you would in real life. That shit happens all the time. I used to fish a lot of bream here back in the day. Somewhere right in here, I think. We'll come back to that. Not a priority. Something like that. Seemed pretty good. Ooh, a bream and a white bream. Checking those off your list. Numbers for the Jasky. That's why we can't give him an inch. Jasky will take all the damn breams, Miles. So cool what they did to all the dead trees down here. How much time we got left? Oh, a while. Damn, that top water ain't doing much. I don't think I can throw any damn spinners. Wish I had my ultralight pole right now. Damn, damn, damn. You just can't go wrong with a quicker picker-upper. Hey, there's something. Is that a Zandy? Get that off the... Oh, it's a pike. I got excited. Still, I needed it. see that rod bending and before my very eyes with the bells not jingling. There's burbot out here? That line just went hella slack. But why? Oh, it's tightening up now. It's got a little meat to it. Okay, I lied. It's got no meat to it. 0 meat. Oh, 1 kilogram roach. There is a fish on here, it just never jingled. A gudgeon. That was not a very far cast. I'm upset. I think this jig is too light for this pole. I do not need a common roach. Oh yeah, this isn't the route I thought it was when I said that was weighty, huh? A bream. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Massive shame. Are you set up? You are, and you're out there. Are you set up? You aren't. Oh shit, I should have changed the hook first. They had another deeper hole? Oh, there's another deep hole there, huh? That's not a bell, so I'm sure that'll fuck me. Still a ton of fucking species I haven't got, huh? Shit. River mussel? Filthy hacker. What's the score looking like? Oh, 10-9. We've really shot up there. I didn't realize I had picked up that many either. Is there any other like super easy ones to chase? Burbot, catfish are easy to target, not necessarily catch. Pike, I got, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, an accident. Yeah, I thought it was a Xander. Xander. Oh, I'm a hacker now. Hell yeah, baby. I got a Chinese sleeper. Who's the guy who was keeping track of the fish I got in the last tournament? He went to bed? I need a zebra mussel still, a crayfish still. What else is there? I think there's some more small shallows, right? Like a bleak. I don't really know dace very well. I just catch them on accident sometimes. I don't have any idea on Donuts Rough. I did get a gudgeon, I think. Nace is another random worm one. I don't think I got a rough here. I didn't get a white bream. I may try my least favorite thing in the world. Ugh, I'm already feeling gross about it. I'm so bad at it, is the real truth. I just don't catch anything with it. There's too many variables, I feel like, with the bait and the depth changes and the floating. Am I gonna bite? I looked away for a second. Why does it keep dropping the drifting with current? Where even is it? I see my line, but my bobber doesn't exist. Oh, it's way over there. Is that a bite? I think it is. I want to change my vape batteries, but I'm afraid the minute I do, I'm going to miss a fish. Don't tell me if I miss a fish, chat. Did I miss a fish? Damn, you're fighting that river mussel for 5 minutes? It's a big one. No. See, it should have worked by now. How does anyone bobber fish? It's so painful. Is it dragging on the bottom there? Why does it look like that? And bounce and change the drift. I can't do it. I hate it. I'm upset. Just threw it like exactly in the same path it went down last time. You hook stuff only when the bobber is completely underwater, and never any other time. Or if it's laying on its side. It jumps up and lays on its side. But never any other time. It's not like real fishing where you set the hook while they're still biting. Which is what bugs me the most about bobber fishing in video games. It makes you wait until a point where the fish would have normally swallowed the hook and would not get off no matter what you did. Oh shit. Man, these catfish holes just ain't got no catfish in them. What you gotta know about the catfish hole is it ain't got no catfish in it. Can't believe you got a burbot. It was like warm when you got it too. Yeah, fuck a bobber. Waste of everyone's time. Mainly mine. I'm everyone. I'm coming. A burbot at 23.8 degrees. They're supposed to like not even move at this temperature. According to the game's description of them. Oh, I have 3 rods out. Damn it. Can't even dry a roach. Well, that's because I did Caspian roach. Tried to open your balcony door. Awkward. They wanted to get in and watch the stream. Like, man, I really love fishing. Salty sandpaper. Smoked bream takes 3 big fatty bream. Oh, Jassy, there's something you can do with your catfish. You can smoke them. Smoke them if you got them. Catfish edition. I mean, I got a good lead, but I'm worried. I think now that I hit bream, I pull one of these in. Or not bream, burbot. And I go chase after asp and eyed. Because those I'm pretty confident I can get, at least asp. $690 resets. It took Fire Dragon like 2,000 something resets twisted. So, you know, good luck and whatnot. Reviewlet is intensified by the extra fish choices for you. My biggest issue with Rivulet is I just don't feel like there's actually that many like obvious locations to attempt to fish. Hog. Oh, it's a damn pike. A nace. Wonder how far I can throw a Christmas spinner. My good one's on a different pole. Not far enough, I've decided. Isn't this thing 5 grams? It is, but I still can't cast 5 grams that far. Apparently. I am competing against other players at the moment, yeah. Just people from chat. You can start your own tournaments. It's for the most, the highest number of different species. That ain't the one. I was pretty confident in my ability to catch an asp down here, but apparently I was too confident. I wonder if my bottom rods have any fish yet. I've left them there for quite some time. Between a half an hour and up to like 3 hours, I think, or something crazy. Maybe 2's the top. This is an hour. We're down to however long that is. 10 minutes or something. Damn you. Incredibly stiff bush. A lot of hairspray. Oh, have these been 30-minute tournaments? I thought a whole day was an hour. 24 hours was an hour. This is a 24-hour tournament, I'm pretty sure. Idling for the 14 months. You look like you have a fish. I thought so. Would have been real fucked up to find out I was wrong about that this whole time. Oh, I thought it was snagged. That's not snagged. Is that a perch? You fuck. Overshot that one a little bit. Another perch? I wonder. I'm gonna be brave. Lord help us all. Bravery, man, it's dangerous. Am I snagged? Oh, I think I'm just snagged. Oh, it's moving. Did I have a chub? I think so. Maybe not, though. It's exciting, Silent. Jesus. What's everybody after right now? Anything? Yeah, I'm kind of doing the same with just worms and praying. Will I host another one after this? I don't know if people want to. There's always crayfish and clams. They're always there for you. Never mind. Wait, did I already have a rough? I might have. Oh, I didn't. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, if it says in chat, it's new. Right. The hell's on this one? I mean, this isn't a very strong reel, but... Just a 1 kilo bream. Tommy, nice crayfish. I should probably just go all bottom rods now that it's dark. Or a bobber. That's on there. I really don't want to hook a catfish with this rod, but... Tell you what, regular old nature worm and like a size 18 hook has got some decent sized fish, surprisingly. Is that a fucking common carp? I already had that, unfortunately. Was I the only one that went and attacked the pond? I don't feel like I saw you guys get gibbles and stuff. Oh, Jassy get a tench? That's a rare one. He's gaining on me. He's only 2 down. I should really swap that rod out to something more generic. Is that an ace? No, it's a tiny chub. let's change this to a smaller hook. Wait, this isn't even the right rod. So let's, shit, my brain just broke. That's the wrong line. What the fuck? Maybe I'm wrong. Nope, that's the right line. Yeah, we don't know if there is a tiebreaker. Oh, I guess there wasn't. No. We do know that. It just splits the pot. I don't know what that is. A tiny bream. Could at least be a white bream. Yes, he found another one. At least get a tie with me, Jasky. Don't steal all my money. There's only one down. Shit. Fucking gibble carp haunting me or common roach? Common roach? Nope, gibble carp. The gibble carp haunts. Alright, whippoorwill. He snags an extra one just to ensure his safety. You're at 12 and it went bad. I think I beat you by 1 then, Morlai. No, 2. That was harder than I thought. I really thought that one was going to be a cakewalk for us all to get 10, 15. Should have joined. I told him no. He's got like more Russian fishing experience than everyone in this tournament. He's like level 43. GG, boys. Anyone down for another? Did not play in like 8 months. Yeah, but that's like less time than the majority of us have played. Where to? I'm gonna sell some fish because I'm at 84 out of 150. That is 40. Yeah, that's, you know, just a couple levels ahead of. I think we had someone in there who was like. Our group's too big. Now it's too hard to find people. There's a search function. Yeah, someone there was level 13. You're level 13, actually, Viper. We did not do donuts. We just got started. We did Cory and Winding. Donuts would be a good one, but I don't think we have that many people who can do donuts. So it's Old Burger Donuts, though, pretty much. I guess you could do Bear, but fuck that noise. The tournament thing wouldn't be so bad to invite more experienced players if there was a prize for more than first. I wish you could set it to like a top 3 prize, because then you could charge more. Balea? I don't think there's many there, man. You mean win, more like. We have some lobies on. Let's just do Oldberg. Oldberg's pretty fair for everyone. Not a ton of crazy species. I don't even know Oldberg anymore, though. I went to the bridge the other day and I didn't get a single fucking bite. I was there for like 18 seconds. That's the fun part with the tournaments. You fish really hard, so you usually end up doing okay. Because you just fish like your ass off. No breaks. Oops, how many fish are actually here? Not as many as Winding, even. Did people already travel here? Probably. This isn't very good, actually. We'll do it. Fuck it. I made like 6 silver. Yeah, this isn't actually a very good lake for it. But who knows? Could be fun. Eel is the secret sauce for winning. Yeah, I don't know how to fish for eel. $24 is a lot. I might just do this one 12 hours. I didn't realize it was 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm here now, though, so I'm going to do it. Oh, I've been playing this game on and off for like a couple years, I guess, total. The best part about this one is you can... Well, everyone but Morlack can still get a fucking crazy lunker that takes you for a ride. I should actually probably try like a fucking pop-up boilie, but I haven't used boilies in so long I don't even remember how. Two artificial corns? Milk peach. In, mountain honey. That's just not going to catch fish, and I'm going to be mad at myself for doing it. Look forward to that. Password's rich. Look at this Jasky boy going hard. The heart of the competition. I have no idea how to catch fucking eel. Throw it shallow with fish or worm or some shit and hope it's the right time and weather and place. I also couldn't catch a fucking burbot here the other day. Never caught a catfish here. There's a lot of fish in this one, I think, that are... I spent many hours here, boys. Let me tell you. Are we ready? I think everyone's in here. Let's do it. Uh-oh, my rods aren't set up right. Bad start. Restart. Is that a chub? I'd be happy about that. Hell yeah. Chub down. Yeah, not a lot of fisting in this game. Well, except me to Tommy. I think it's too cold, but we're gonna try anyway. Common roach was certainly not the first fish I expected. Why does this have so much slack in it? Yeah, I think it's too cold for that. Not more chub. This is slack again. What the fuck? I really thought perch would be my first spinning fish, not a bunch of chub. Oh, black carp is huge. Oh, that dropped off. The old fishless instance, classic. It's alright. I have clearly am in the wrong spot too with just roaches. Yeah, I definitely overthought this one. I also hate that it doesn't have a bell. That man's just won already. I did see at the last second he's also very, very high level. Those are like two species I have no idea how to target. Going back to our roots here. Oh, people have been preparing for that old bird tournament too. This is not what I wanted to use. Oops. Yeah, so that may be affecting the fish. I'll figure out what I'm trying to do eventually. I wonder how much this is getting fished. And I used to slay pike over here. Not a pike either. Thought for sure that was the one. Is that the world's tiniest common carp? Hell yeah. I thought that thing was going, but it's not. It's fucking off. In order for me to check who's winning, I have to not be fishing, so I don't like to do it all the time. Alright, we got common carp. That's done. Done twice. Where the fuck? The crucians and gibbles for me never used to wake up until the weather got warmer. I said there was a fish on there. I've been lied to, bamboozled, and lied to. What the fuck? I guess it's on there. There it is. Where the fuck are the pike? Ah, crucian. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is that snagged? I can't tell. No, it's moving. That's just not true being. I also literally cannot do anything with it. Yeah, it's snagged on something. That sucks. Yeah, I can cut the line. I'm gonna hope it swims out. Big ol' gibble. Yeah, you do lose the. It's just a hook. It's cheap shit. I'm not worried about it. I guess I don't have that many hooks. I should be a little worried about it. Come on, baby. Give me a grass carp, a black carp. Tench I'm never getting. Maybe you should hard swap over. Look at Tommy leading the field. Gets another one. Come on, Froggy, Froggy. Oh, oh, oh. My tiny feather stick is moving. What the fuck is too weak to pull down a feather? Was that a good enough bite? I don't think so. I don't know feather stick very well. That was too early. Damn it, it's gonna be more bleak. Frogs don't nibble, I don't think, unless they change them. They always just grab it and run like high hell. They run so hard they jump out of the water most of the time. Didn't do it fast enough. I mean, that's froggy as fuck. Yeah, Old Bird still seems snaggy as fuck with Invisisnags. The fuck? Yeah, new one. So ridiculously slow. It's not a frog. Oh, that's froggy. I'm with you, Jassy. Big suck on the float. Do you hear any frogs, though? That doesn't mean shit. And you snagged your feeder. Yeah, dude, this lake is so fucking snaggy. Invisa snagged my telly earlier. It goes under, I pull no fish. So the biggest thing I've learned, Jassy, especially with telesticks, is make sure you don't have a bunch of slack. Try to stretch your line as tight as you can without pulling your bobber, because otherwise you have to pick up all that slack before you pull. You can also actually turn into it a little, but I haven't had as good a results with that. I'm stuck. Oh, thank God. No, I didn't aim for the whitefish. I threw like random junk out there in hopes I'd get lucky, but mayflies and worms and stuff. About time to give up on those. Cannot believe I can't catch a fucking pike. Oh yeah, there's not a lot of time left. I should give up on those. I can't believe I like this place. Dude, you know what? Oh, I don't have a hook on it, damn. How can this hunter not get a pike? It's insane. It's madness. I have so few fucking ground baits because I just never fish like this anymore. Oh, I don't have wimpy baby setups. They get bit off by pike even without leaders, friend. That doesn't happen to me. I do fish IRL often, yes. Except now because it's cold in winter. Stupid cold winter. I can't possibly get back in it. He slams in a roach he already had. GG, Tommy. You would win the lake for babies. Hey, that made up for all the losses. Well, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. This dick better sleep. Those are fun, though. I like them. They're panicky and chaos. Running around trying to make educated decisions. So see how you can get as many species as you can. It's fun. It's different for sure than just trying to RNG the big ones. Yeah, old birds changed too much. The bream hole is a mistake. Donuts would be pretty cool, I think, too, yeah. There's some really good float fishermen, though, for donuts. Donuts is pretty popular floaty. But it's good practice for us to try to learn some of these dumbass fish, too. Donuts is a river. Servertsky's Donuts River. Lots of words in there. I didn't get my Mega Ultralight, which sucks. I was also excited to buy my big Ultralight, and then I stopped getting money. Drifting doesn't work that well anymore. It works okay, but it's definitely not what it was. There's a cafe order for a singular frog. You'll get $1. Fucking $19. I lost my ass on this tournament. I lost my ass. Alright, chat. I'm going to bed. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful night. I'm out of here.